No lawyers other than me, so we can look at everything, talk it all over,
Dissect
look
it
at
all.
all our notes. So we'll do that when this is all over. So,
Okay, I did hit one.
yep.
So we can meet. Is that closed session?
Sounds like it, yeah.
We just can't make a decision. We can just talk about it
Yeah, I think then it needs to be open in front of when they make a
when
decision.
they make a decision. So he will say, you guys can't make a decision. I didn't catch that.
I said, the variance is because the lot is too close. It's not where it's supposed to be. It's too close.
Yep.
The special exception is
Yeah, he's got to explain all this. Explain all this.
just because it's commercial, it's not really a warehouse without the special exception.
Okay. I thought it was. I thought in the earlier testimony, I thought it was zone warehouse, like industrial
That
warehouse.
was my understanding as well.
I never saw
It's
it.
zoned commercial, but under the commercial, that's
Yeah.
regular building.
Would've been nice.
Warehouse, you can put a warehouse in with the
With
special
the
exception.
exception.
So that's the special
Okay, so
exception.
that's the special exception.
Okay, I thought maybe that's the only one in the room that didn't know that was going on.
No,
I wasn't sure.
I mean, we remember.
When did this start?
Well, it started the first time we remember we
Well, we denied it.
after that it was
But as far as this,
March.
that's what I'm
In March. Yeah. So I had a pretty busy day, including an eye doctor appointment today at 4:45, and they
4:45?
Yeah, they did my eyes. You know when they
Dilated?
dilate them.
So you still can't see.
No, I could.
Somebody drive here?
No, I kind of found my way here, but I said to the eye doctor, I said, you guys are going to help me give me a note deciding things are trash.
Where I saved it.
Or out or drunk.
They're saying they didn't get a copy of my decision. I don't even remember.
This year.
No, you have to go through the transcript.
You have to drive an hour or something.
No.
Time was
Just down the shopping center.
What's the name of that eye doctor?
Dr.
I wish this said
Hart. Yeah.
What do they have time for?
Yeah.
I have gone to one in Canada. I didn't care for them.
Yeah.
Closer.
She's fairly young. I say 30-somethings, maybe a little older. She's married to a state cop, Penn State grad. Yeah.
My wife said she could come along this time because she doesn't have to get up early.
Ah.
I said, you don't want to.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
going to be boring. She said, I thought maybe that.
Well, there's more people here tonight than there was last night.
There's 2 or 3 of us.
Well, they had put it on the mailing. I didn't see that. I don't know if you're not in town. You don't. Do you live in the township? Yeah. So you got the mailing as well. Little postcard. Yeah. No, you got a mailing. My wife pointed it out to me.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was a mailing about the warehouse. And because she even read it. She read it out loud to me. She took offense to it. I should have brought it.
Attention, everybody. We're going to start here in a little bit. We're supposed to start at 6, but I see a lot of people lining up for some reason, and so I'll let you guys keep working through the line. Maybe we'll start at like 6:10, but try to get through the line so we can start when it's quiet. So are we starting over? Kinda, or What does that mean?
Yeah. I think they'll just come back. I said that like the night when they had all the those everything on there. Can we just like stop this and say wait? That's it.
So you plan to clarify that?
Yeah, man, I think we're gearing towards standing up early. Should have charged admission.
I wish somebody had that post. It was let's see.
That's a lot of
Zoning hearing board. It called us out by the zoning hearing board, and then it followed up with saying, and our hard work.
Make sure you explain all that so we understand.
There has to be some help.
Maybe. Yeah, right. Could have been right. Said, stop the sheets because I went to the eye doctor where I drove the sheets and I had salad sandwich and I was standing in line to say, and this lady comes up to me with my hand, she goes,
See what we can do.
like, oh my god.
That's hilarious. The end.
Yes, and I'm taking these guys in a separate meeting, Township building, go through all the exhibits, executive session. There's a lot to try to think of this thing.
Are we just going to start over, forget the notes?
Well, it almost sounded that way.
Yes, sir.
What about that box and you have all the notes in it? Is that no good anymore?
I had some handwritten notes I you collected from me.
From our last couple meetings,
Yeah.
don't throw anything out.
No, you had enough.
You have them.
Yeah, I have them still in my truck, not my cabin.
Oh, you're not going to hand them back out to us?
Yeah, I'll hand it back out.
Okay.
When we get together and meet,
Oh,
we're gonna
okay.
meet at the.
I was-
We're gonna pick a. We're gonna pick a date at the township
Yeah.
and just spend 2 or 3 hours
Dissecting
going
everything.
through it all. Maybe.
So, what's your thoughts on tonight here? Is this going to be a barn burner, or
It's gonna be a little repetitious because I think Dave basically
Starting
started
over again.
So,
I'm sure the public will enjoy that. And then I'm assuming we'll open it up to the public as well.
we're gonna try. And I'm not staying here all night, but we'll see. I don't even think we've got public comment on them.
Remember since this meeting, I don't think you can be going.
Those were his.
No.
Oh, that's right. I mean, we'll, at the end, we'll open it up again. We're here for a reason. We're gonna see what we're doing tonight.
If we have a hard stop at 10 a.m., why aren't we starting?
You said hard stop.
How long does it take to sign in?
We're late already.
I know, that's what I said.
Let's get this party started, John.
5 minutes.
Sign-up sheet, so we wouldn't have
I said 6:10. We'll get started. I want that line, that commotion, to go away.
Yeah.
We did have a pretty extensive public comment session last time.
Yeah, they were pretty involved. I mean, if you're opening it up, I'm sure you're going to get people that are going to want to talk.
She was here last time, right? You guys ready? Township, you ready? Applicant, you ready? Table 3, you ready? Okay, we're gonna throw. All right, my scoutmaster said the sooner we get started, the sooner we get home. So we're gonna get started tonight. This is the time and place for the October 28th, 2024 continuance hearing for the application of NOBPA LLC. I think this is hearing date number 7, possibly. I will. This is hearing number 7, I believe. We're here tonight to hear the continuation application of NOBPA LLC. As you'll recall from the August meeting, there was a request by the applicant to amend the application to remove from consideration a portion of the project. I think it's what they were calling lot number 1 on their plan.
Lot number 1, or the Myers lot.
Or the Myers tract. The motion was granted. There was no opposition by the other parties. So in the interim, the applicant has prepared an amended application, submitted it, and that is what we're going to start with tonight, with the applicant explaining to us in a succinct manner what changed from their original application that we took several nights of testimony on to the current application they want us to consider tonight. So with that being said, I'll turn this over to applicant to summarize for us where we are, what's changed, and what they want us to consider as additional exhibits. David?
Sure. Thank you. As you said, last hearing we had a very brief hearing in which the applicant
Pull it tight.
in which the applicant requested to have to amend the application to remove the request for special exception on what was referred to then as Lot 1, or the Myers lot, which is located to the west of State Route 94. Since then, the applicant has extended 2 of the remaining relevant purchase agreements and prepared updated site plans and other analysis, including traffic information and updated traffic impact study for the project as amended. So to get everybody back up to speed here, the applicant is still requesting a special exception to allow for a 621,000 square foot warehouse on the 121.69 acre parcel located on the east of State Route 94, and which will now be referred to as Lot 1 on the site plan. And then we're still also requesting the variance from section 150-65A of the zoning ordinance, which requires buildings in the commercial district to be constructed on the building setback line, to the extent that that applies.
Dave, you're going to have to speak into the mic.
I'm trying. Oh, okay, so
Everybody needs to be quiet also.
provide to the board, Township's council and objectors' council with copies of documents identified as applicants' exhibits 29 through 37. I intend to have each of these exhibits identified and explained through the applicant's witnesses pretty briefly and succinctly, after which I understand each of the witnesses would then be subject to cross by the township and objectors, but that cross should be limited to just the subject matter addressed in the direct testimony. So with respect, I'll call Gary Bolus as the first witness here.
Mr. Baranski, just one quick note. Actually, 2 things. Number one, I know that we've been handed a number of exhibits tonight that we had an agreement when we agreed not to object to the continuation and resubmission on the basis that we have 45 days in advance of tonight's hearing to be able to have whatever exhibits were being submitted to make sure that we reviewed it. Most of them, that's true, but I note that there were a number of exhibits I had not seen previously that were handed to us tonight, including a different sketch plan, which is, the centerpiece of why we're here. And I'd like the solicitor to address that there had been a deadline and whether or not we should be considering later provided materials. Certainly, they could have been provided before tonight, even if they weren't provided by the 13th, but we've gotten no explanation for that.
Does the township have any concerns about additional exhibits?
I think this is on now. All right. The township hasn't had a good chance to take a look at that updated sketch plan, but
Folks, keep in mind, this isn't, we're doing our best to make sure everybody can hear, but the intent of the hearing is so these folks here can hear what's going on. So, where's our sound guy? Is he still in the room? Well, in any event, if you're on the mic, you're just literally going to have to put it right up to your lips. That's what I'm doing. The folks in the audience say that I'm doing it correctly. So pull it tight. This is your moment to shine on the mic. And let's see if we can at least provide something for the folks in the audience to listen to. So Township, concerns about additional exhibits.
so the township has not had a thorough opportunity to look at the revised sketch plan. However, based on the indication from the applicant's attorney, it's a lot that's going to be basically taken out of the equation, to summarize. And so with that being said, the township did not have any significant concerns about proceeding.
Nate, why don't we do this? Let the applicant work through each of his exhibits. Some of them might, even though you didn't see them beforehand, the changes might be so insignificant, it's not worth getting into a debate over.
Okay.
But ones that you have significant concerns of regarding, why don't we talk about them as they come up?
And the only other thing is that Mr. Schutte made a representation that he was anticipating our cross be limited to those matters on direct tonight. I will note that Mr. Schick was partway through my cross of him previously. I had not finished that in June when we had to abruptly stop because that cross was based on an exhibit that was then withdrawn. And so I specifically reserved the right to continue my full cross of him. And I just want to make sure that's clear at the outset tonight.
And that's fine because we have the same exhibit, only a corrected exhibit that he was testifying to that's going to be presented into evidence.
Okay, so applicant's packet that we were presented is exhibits 29 through 37.
Correct.
David, why don't you work through each one of these exhibits, and then we'll give the township and the objectors an opportunity to object to them as we go through, and we'll take them one by one.
So as to exhibits 29 and 30, I'm going to ask Gary Bullis to testify to those.
Mr. Ballas, you got to pull that mic right up.
Yes, they're true and correct.
Okay. No. All right.
Mr. Ballas, just a reminder, you're still under oath from one or more previous meetings.
Okay, Gary, are you familiar with applicant's exhibit A29?
Yes.
Okay, and is this a true and correct copy of the fifth addendum to the agreement of sale with Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence
Yes.
and with the economic terms redacted?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with applicant's exhibit 30?
Yes.
Okay, and is this a true and correct copy of the fourth addendum to the agreement of sale with the estate of Gertrude Scholl, and the co-executors of that estate, with the economic terms redacted?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically to both of those agreements, there is an exhibit attached which shows the areas in which each of the sellers will retain. And just so that a little bit of clarification, what is identified as proposed exhibit, proposed lot 5 on Exhibit A of the Lawrence Amendment, is that the area that is intended to be retained by the Lawrence family?
Yes.
And turning to Exhibit A of Exhibit 30, which is the addendum to the Shoal Agreement, is that the 2-acre parcel that is intended to be retained by the Shoal family?
Yes.
Okay, and just wanted to note that to respond to Objectors Counsel's note that the site plan differs slightly. Just note that the was the 4th addendum to the agreement of sale only signed on October 11th, 2024, so it would have been impossible to provide an updated site plan showing this parcel being removed.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, so
And move for the admission of Exhibits A29 and A30.
just so I'm clear, Exhibit 29 is an addendum to do what?
It was an addendum to extend the closing date on the agreement of sale with Lawrence and to clarify the 2.54 acre parcel that is being retained by the Lawrence family.
So there's still a retained parcel.
Yes.
Is it different than what we heard last time?
No, it's still going to be a proposed lot, and I believe it was proposed lot 5 in the old plan. It's now proposed lot 4 on this plan.
Okay. I'll give the township and the objectors a chance to ask questions, but I need to get this straight in my mind and from my
Yes.
board. So Exhibit 30,
That is
what does it do?
That is also also an addendum to the Shoal Agreement of Sale, and what that did was it also extended the settlement date out, and it clarified the retained lot. The old agreement had a amorphous kind of statement that they would be saving 2 acres. Here, we're now extending, we are now defining where that 2 acres is, and it'll be shown as proposed lot 5 on the site plan being reviewed this evening.
So there's still a retained parcel
Yes,
of 2 acres?
yes.
We're just clarifying
We're
now.
clarifying exactly where it is now.
Okay. With respect to Exhibit 29 and 30, does the township have any objections to its omission?
No.
Objectors, same question.
I'm going to object to the fact that we have non-financial terms redacted, that the site investigation period could be, it says until a blank date, and they could be expired documents for
It's,
all.
if the settlement date hasn't happened, it's not an expired document.
Well-
We consider the site investigation date to, and the terms of the site investigation to be an economic term.
So what's your objection, other than it's redacted and you're concerned of what it said? Is it relevant?
Only, I won't raise an objection to it, that's fine.
Okay. So 29 and 30, we're going to admit. Keep going.
Okay, for applicants Exhibit A31, going to call Eric Brinzer.
Are
And
we
Mr.
subjecting Mr. Bolus to cross on this, or?
Oh.
Sure, yes. It's appropriate that since he testified, he's subject to cross on those 2 exhibits. Township, any cross on Mr. Bolus on exhibits 29 and 30?
No.
Objectors, cross?
Mr. Bolus, as to the Lawrence property, So if I understand this correctly, previously they had retained the right to hold on to up to 10 acres of their property, is that right?
Not necessarily, no.
Your agreement of sale with them had a provision that allowed them to retain up to 10 acres of property that you were selling them.
It's been redefined.
Sir, I said previously, I'm trying to make sure that everybody is on the same page. That was their right, correct?
Under the old
Under the
agreement?
prior agreement, that is how I asked it, yes.
Mr. Bolus, if you don't recall, just say you don't recall.
I don't recall.
All right.
Thanks, John.
They are now only able to retain the 2.56 acre, and you've now identified that as proposed Lot 5. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the Shoal Estate, you had previously agreed with them to allow them to retain the Daniel Miller Farmstead property at 6298 York Road, which is the existing residential structure on the site across from Stanley Drive. Is that right?
I don't know the name of it, but yes,
All right.
the residential structure that was there.
And your new agreement has them agreeing to only retain a 2-acre lot that does not include that residential structure.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, you have now agreed to set the metes and bounds of the 2-acre parcel that you have identified now on the new sketch plan and in the exhibit attached to Exhibit 30, correct?
Yes.
I have just a bit. All right. No other questions?
Any questions from the township based on that cross?
No.
Mr. Shooty, keep going.
Okay, for applicant's exhibit A31, we'll call Eric Brinzer. Mr. Brinzer's already under oath and has already been qualified as an expert in the fields of land development.
Mr. Brinzer, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Understood.
Okay. Eric, using either the plan on the board or in a narrative way, can you explain the differences between the earlier site plan that was admitted into the record, which was applicant's exhibit 21, and the site plan that's currently before the board as exhibit applicant's 31?
Yes. So, I'm not sure what the date of the initial one was, but since our last hearing, pointing to the board behind to the side here, we removed Lot 1, which is on the west side of Route 94, from the project. As a result of that, we renumbered the lots on the east side, which is the 621,000 square foot building, and the 2 commercial lots, as well as the other 2 lots that we have, one retained by Lawrence and one retained by Shoal. So as those are renumbered, now the main lot, the main building is on Lot 1. The 2 commercial lots out front are Lots 2 and 3. What was Lot 5, which is the retained Lawrence property, is now Lot 4. And then, as a result of the agreements we just discussed previously tonight, we added a 2-acre Lot 5 along Route 30 to be retained by Shoal. No, the only other change we made is as a result of the revised traffic study that you'll hear about later from another witness. There are no improvements proposed at the intersection of 94 and 30. So those had been on this site plan, and we removed those from the plan as they are no longer needed. No other physical design changes have occurred to Lot 1 other than those lot line adjustments and the renumbering of the lots.
Okay, so just to reiterate here, we've now removed the 103,680 square foot warehouse on the Myers property, which is located to the west of Lot 94, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and now we have Lot 1, which has a proposed warehouse, and Lot 1 measures 121.69 acres.
Correct.
And we have Lot 2, which is a proposed commercial restaurant lot, and that now measures 2.34 acres.
Yes.
Okay, and we have Lot 3, which is a commercial warehouse, restaurant lot, measuring 3.61 acres.
Correct.
Okay, and we have Lot 4, which will be retained by Lawrence on the terms of the amended purchase agreement that measures 2.56 acres.
Yes.
And then we have Lot 5, which is the lot retained by Scholl, or the Scholl estate, under the terms of the amended purchase agreement, measuring 2.0 acres.
Correct.
Okay, so then the renumbered Lot 1 is the only lot for which zoning relief is being requested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if I'm correct, then the relief that's being requested here then is a special exception for the warehouse use, and then also a variance as to section 150-65.A of the zoning ordinance, which requires buildings in the commercial district to be constructed at the building setback line.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, now knowing that we went through this exercise in some detail during the hearing on March 28th, 2024, it'd be a good idea to quickly tick through the special exception criteria in section 150-98DD of the zoning ordinance, just to make the record clear that proposed Lot 1 meets the applicable objective standards. So if you want to go to the board, or if you just want to use a pointer from there.
Sure.
Find my
Just so we're clear, the handouts that you gave the board, Exhibit 31, is exactly what's on the
That is correct, yes.
easel?
Yes, that is correct. Okay. Okay, so as to only Lot 1, is Lot 1 on a property that is in excess of 10 acres?
Yes.
Is it immediately adjacent to and has direct access to an arterial roadway identified on the Eastern Adams County Joint Comprehensive Plan?
Yes.
Does the subject property, or does Lot 1 have a minimum of 300 feet of contiguous road frontage along an arterial or collector road?
Yes.
And where is that road frontage located?
On Route 94.
Is there a 200-foot setback line along any boundary that separates the site from any zoning district that permits residential development or from any existing residential property?
Yes.
Okay, and is that setback line respected by the project?
Yes.
Okay. Are all of the structures, including but not limited to buildings, loading docks, truck maneuvering areas, air compressors, fuel pumps, islands, kiosks, set back at least 50 feet from any street right-of-way line?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, are there any fuel pump islands or kiosks or anything like that on the project?
No, there are not.
Okay. Does the site plan show a 40-foot buffer yard provided along all exterior lot lines except for vehicular and pedestrian access areas traversing the yard areas?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And a lot of that buffer yard, is that keeping existing vegetation?
Yes, it includes a combination of existing mature vegetation and proposed plantings.
Okay. And within the buffer yard, are we providing for vegetation to provide for a visual screening?
Correct.
Okay. And will the buffer yard contain various types of and sizes of plant species arranged in such a manner to establish an effective visual screening?
Yes, it does.
Are all the loading and unloading docks located on the side of the building furthest removed from the closest residential structure?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and can you identify where the closest residential structure is?
Yes, the closest residential structure is located along Route 30, so that is the closest structure, and then the loading docks are on the north side of the building. The next closest building residential is across Route 94 up at the corner, but Route 30 has the closest residential structure.
Okay.
Show it. Where's the residential structure?
I believe it is right there.
Is there a name on it?
Lawrence.
The Lawrence House? Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. Will any vehicle service or repair activities, are they contemplated outside of having a vehicle towed off of the site?
No,
Okay. And is there any location for the outdoor storage of parts, equipment, lubricants, fuels, or any other materials used or discarded with the service that need to be screened from adjoining roads or properties so they're not visible from adjoining roads and properties?
no, there's not.
Okay. Based upon the internal circulation, will the truck and rail access, so there's no rail access, but will the truck access and operations conflict within the property with the convenience or safety of the vehicular traffic and parking on the property?
No,
Okay. Will there be this storage of trash, rubbish, garbage, explosives or flammable materials, hazardous substances, or similar items on the property?
no,
Okay, does the site plan that you've prepared, that is exhibit applicants 31, does that meet the standards set forth in section 15098 DD 13?
yes.
Did you prepare a lighting plan that's updated as to the new site plan?
We did.
Okay, and is that lighting plan, is that identified as applicant's exhibit A33?
Yes.
And can you please just give us a quick overview?
Well,
of
hold
the
on.
lighting
We
plan?
said we were going to take each exhibit
Oh.
Okay.
separately, so we don't
Sure.
get too far along. Do you want to move for admissions of that, and then we'll deal with any
Yeah, we'll
objections?
move for the admission of exhibit A31.
Township, any objections to the admissions of the applicants 31?
No objection to the admission. I just want to make sure that I'm clear that we will have time down the road to ask, like, to cross with regard to the substance of these exhibits.
We're going to do that right now. That's what as we deal with each exhibit, I want you to cross-examine the witness that testified about it.
With
So-
regard to the substance of it?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So if you have questions or want to cross-examine based on his direct testimony regarding Exhibit 31, I'd like to do that now, so we kind of keep it in order.
All right. So then, my first question, with regard to the vegetation, what type of vegetation do you use that you'll be planting? You said you keep the mature vegetation, but the new plants, what does that include?
Those would include a mixture of deciduous, evergreen trees and shrubs, and berms in some locations, which would be in accordance with the township ordinances. That a more detailed plan would be provided during the land development process that would show plant species, type, size at the time of planting.
So if I asked you right now how long it takes that type of vegetation to grow, would you be able to answer that?
Not necessarily, just due to conditions, it all grows at different times, but it usually takes a couple years for it to get mature. Ordinances, I'd have to refer back to see what the exact requirements are, but typically they require them to be 6-foot-high evergreens, things of that nature. There's sometimes a caliper, minimum caliper, so that you're not putting plants in that are too small. So we would certainly comply with the ordinance, whatever's in the ordinance for that purpose. And again, specifically along Route 94, had testified before that there would be a combination of a berm, an earthen berm, and the landscaping to provide some additional screening and buffering.
Thank you, that's all.
Objectors, do you have any concerns about the exhibit or questions for the?
Sir, if I understand correctly, you have, there are notes on this plan, Exhibit 31, that suggests that on the 22nd of October is when you added the Lot 5 remaining lands, and then you have a note also that says October 28th zoning hearing board. Was this, were there any substantive changes that occurred between October 22nd and tonight?
The only change we did is really the removal of the improvements. I didn't realize they were still showing on the plan at 94 and 30. I believe that's the only real change. We did that, and then we updated the lighting plan, which we didn't get to yet.
So,
with that propo-
but what I'm saying is, as to the substance of what is depicted on the sketch plan, was there any change on the site itself that you had made between October 22nd and October 28th?
To the site improvements, no.
Okay. And you're saying that you made a change to remove the improvements, meaning additional through lanes? Is that correct?
And one of the prior exhibits, there was a northbound turn lane and some other improvements at the intersection of 94 and 30. Those are no longer required. It's my understanding after speaking to our traffic engineer, which he can cover later, but didn't realize those were still showing up on the plan, so we removed those from the plan.
Okay. Did you provide the applicant's counsel with the October 22nd version so that it could be disseminated once the meets and bounds of Lot 5 were added?
I'm going to object.
On what basis? I am asking about the time frame.
Attorney-client
I raised an
privilege.
objection
Privilege.
about whether or not you were sandbagging us by giving us last-minute exhibits. I'm asking the question whether he gave it to you.
There's no discovery in zoning matters.
But you were given a deadline to give us exhibits, particularly the sketch plan and the traffic impact study.
You got the traffic impact study.
Did, Mr. Wolf, did you not receive Exhibit 31 at any time prior to tonight?
He
I
received
received a prior
he
version
received
of
the
it.
site plan in September when we were supposed to send them out. Correct. We did not. What I received and what has been disseminated, we review it before we send it out. Also, there's no discovery in zoning matters. I haven't received his expert's report.
I wasn't given a deadline to provide one.
So what went out in September?
The site plan that had this exact thing, the only two changes, as we've now made very, very clear, is the addition of proposed Lot 5, which is 2 acres, which did not occur until mid-October, or at least we could not delineate that until mid-October, and the intersection improvements that were changed this morning.
Do any of those have an impact on the request that you're making?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Wolf, do you feel that they are somehow elemental to the application?
What I don't know is whether or not, I don't believe, but I'm not sure, and my traffic engineer isn't here yet to be able to answer this question for me, whether or not the removal of those other improvements, I believe that was contemplated by the traffic impact study, but I can't say that for certain without him. That's number one. And if it relied on that site plan and the proposed improvements for it. And number two, obviously, yes, we have a separate lot that is proposed, that is delineated. And I haven't been able to look and see whether or not there were any other ordinance provisions that would apply to the addition of that lot. But, you know, we have now, as we move through this process, we spent a lot of time on cross-examination about the fact that they didn't show where Lot 5, where that 2-acre lot was going to sit, and the language of the agreement allowed for it to be where the site driveway was. So what they're basically doing is cleaning up all the mistakes that we bring up in cross-examination with subsequent exhibits. And until tonight, those two exhibits, namely applicant's Exhibit 30 and 31, combined with the testimony that was provided previously, showed a site driveway that coexists with where an existing structure was, making it impossible to have both be true.
Yes, and then we allowed them to amend their application, which triggered a redrawing because some of the land came out of the application.
That was on the other side of 94.
Understood. So based on what you're saying, are you objecting to the admission of Exhibit 31?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to admit it, but we're going to take it under advisement as to what impact those two changes may have on the relevancy of your application. So the stenographer will note the objection, but it's going to be overruled.
I have one or two more questions on it then.
Okay, go ahead.
Based on what you are showing as screening and buffering, there's no cross-section or sample of what the, quote, effective visual buffer would be that is before the township, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, is there any objective basis to be able to see how you comply with section 150-98 DD subsection 7?
I believe, as we have it shown, and as I have testified, that we will comply with the ordinance with requirements for specific types. That section number 7 essentially says we'll provide a visual screen and various types of plant sizes and plant species to establish an effective visual barrier. It's a very subjective requirement. We've indicated that we will provide that in accordance with the other township ordinances for buffering. So we are indicating that we will provide that to meet that requirement.
So basically, it's your testimony that the applicant is promising to comply.
Correct.
Okay. Now, under subsection 13, does the site plan show the landscaping that is needed for review of the project to determine whether or not it complies?
Yes, I believe it does.
And that's based on your statement that we will comply?
We show a vegetative buffer on the plan. We designate the required buffer yard, and we've indicated that we will comply with township review and make sure that it meets the ordinance during the land development process. But our intent is that we physically, graphically show that the buffering is there and it will comply with the ordinances.
Nowhere on the plan does it talk about the types of plantings that you would use to create that effective berm, correct?
No.
So the only thing we have is your testimony as to that, correct?
Correct. And the graphics that are shown, which indicate evergreen trees, deciduous trees, and shrubs.
They don't actually say that they are basically shaded areas with a map key that says this is a, actually, I don't even see the map key. That
Those are-
delineates that as a buffer area.
Yes.
Oh, there it is, on the second page. Okay.
And those are standard, typical graphic depictions of those types of plant materials commonly used by landscape architects.
Okay. Excuse me one moment.
That brings up a question. So the Exhibit 31 that was presented to the board and to myself contains a second page. What's the significance of this second sheet?
So this is similar to what was presented before. That was a 3-sheet set. This is a 2-sheet set. We've eliminated Lot 1 on the west side of 94, as we indicated. So the first page was more of an overall that complied with showing all of the off-site, the areas off-site is required around the site. Sheet 2 is a more blown-up, larger scale drawing, so you can see more detail. It's just a blow-up of the front, and it took off the aerial photo from underneath it.
Okay.
If I may, sir, this document is entitled a sketch plan. Is there a significance in from your perspective, the difference between a sketch plan and a site plan?
No.
I have no other questions for the witness.
Did those questions generate anything on Township?
Sorry, can I have just one moment, please?
Sure.
No, I have no questions, thank you.
Board, any questions regarding this exhibit? You guys have any questions about this exhibit? Okay, Mr. Shirty, move along.
Just two questions on this exhibit, just to keep things tidy. Eric, on page 2 of Exhibit 31, there is it's called a Township requirements table that shows all the requirements for buffering. And just wanted to confirm that those are all the requirements that need to be met and are shown on the plan.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the other question I have for you is as to the variance that is being requested. You testified in detail on all of the variance requirements during your March hearing. Seeing as how there's been no changes to the site plan of proposed now Lot 1, does that testimony remain true and correct?
It does.
Okay. Moving then to applicant's exhibit 32. Did you prepare this exhibit?
I did.
Okay. And what does this exhibit demonstrate as to proposed Lot 1, proposed Lot 2, which is the other commercial lot, which is the commercial restaurant lot, proposed Lot 3, which is a commercial restaurant, and the now proposed Lot 5? I notice we do not have proposed Lot 4 in here, but that's also an undeveloped lot.
Correct.
Okay. What is this? What does this zoning data demonstrate?
So on the front of the prior exhibit, we had listed out the warehouse and the commercial uses, the zoning requirements. This just breaks it down a little more detail to show each use, the warehouse, the 2 commercial lots. It shows that they all also meet the zoning requirements. And then the new lot, we added lot number 5, just to show that it meets the ordinance criteria for the zoning data. It was just a supplement.
Okay. And we had an earlier exhibit that demonstrated this compliance with the lots. I believe that was exhibit A25, and that showed compliance with the lots when proposed Lot 1 was still involved. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So is Exhibit 32 a blown up portion of a plan that we've seen already, or is it a standalone exhibit?
It's a standalone exhibit.
Okay.
And I guess, with the exception of the variance that's being requested as to proposed Lot 1 on the, as to the building on the building setback line, do all of these lots meet the dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance for their proposed use or non-use?
Yes.
I have no further questions as to Exhibit A32 and move for its admission.
Any objections by the township or cross-examination on this exhibit?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, it's basically just a summary per lot of the setback requirements and minimums and maximums and all of that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
No objection.
Objections to the exhibit or the need for cross-exam the witness on this exhibit?
If I may, I don't have an objection to the exhibit. What I do want to do is, I had a question that was raised by the redirect as to the variance, if I may have a moment with that.
All right, so let me admit the exhibit,
Okay.
since there's no objection. So 32 is admitted. Now go ahead with your question.
Sir, you were asked as to the variance. The testimony offered previously was that you were going to be approximately 557 feet, if I remember correctly, from the lot line to the front, to the building line, correct?
566 feet.
Okay, thank you. And the ordinance had provided for a 50-foot setback and the construction at that 50-foot setback, correct?
Correct.
So it is approximately 500, you said 566?
Correct.
So we are, 516 feet of variance, correct?
Correct.
So am I also correct that some of that setback is based on lot configuration within the confines of Lot 1?
It is.
Okay.
That's part of it.
So, for instance, the truck parking spaces that are adjacent to the roadway off of Route 30, where it forks left and right. On the right-hand fork, there are truck spaces that are between the travel aisle and that travel road, correct?
Correct.
And if those, for instance, were oriented along the front of, the rest of the front of the building as it faces Route 30, you could move the footprint of the building closer to Route 30, is that right?
It would be difficult to do that and maintain the traffic in order to get trucks into and out of that truck parking area. If we put that elongated along the entire length of that, the turning movements would make it very difficult to get in and out of there to do that. So it would be difficult to do so.
Okay. What if you had the trailer parking areas along the side to the left facing Route 94 and relocated the employee parking to where lots 2 and 3 are proposed?
Well, that would then create difficulties with getting ADA access as close to the entrances to the office spaces, which is on the corners of the buildings. So
Are you proposing more than one office space?
we have it broken out now whether the building could be set up with an office on each end.
Okay. Could you orient some vehicle parking on the front side in the corner closest to the intersection of 94 and 30?
Could you say that again?
Could you put some ADA parking in the area that is now, shows no parking whatsoever if you were moving truck parking from the front of the building?
Without drafting that out to see what access issues that creates from a vehicular standpoint, I don't know that I can answer that on the spot.
Okay, but Mr. Bristner, is it fair to say that the applicant has attempted to maximize the developability of these multiple lots, and that some of those difficulties that you talked about with accommodating truck movements are because everything has to be located onto Lot 1 as opposed to using the nearly 6 acres that comprises Lots 2 and 3?
Apologize. Can you say that again? Just to, sorry.
I can try. Can you read it back? Do you mind?
Can I try it?
Go for
I
it.
think what he's asking is if you dedicated the restaurant lots to the warehouse project for parking or whatever, can you pull the warehouse closer to 30? Is that where you're getting?
Essentially, yes.
Because I think that's a question my board would have too. If you use the restaurant lots for the warehouse project, can't you bring the building closer to the road?
I would have to investigate if we can get vehicular access with trucks across that stream. There is a stream and wetland in between the two.
Yes.
And if there's adequate room to get the trucks in there, provide enough parking area for those tractor trailers, turnaround space and maneuverability, I would have to investigate that, which I have not done at this time, and it'd be hard to do that on the fly.
But sitting here, you do see some design constraints because of the stream.
Correct. The wetlands and the stream really are what's creating the main need to not have this building located on the setbacks.
Rancy, but if I may, But if you put the majority of employee parking there, you have the area to the left-hand side looking from Route 30 to be able to put truck parking along that side of the building without having to worry about the stream implications, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. And so because you can't put that employee parking where you have proposed restaurant lots, you are constrained to keep all of those parking spaces on Lot 2, or on Lot 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there would be no problems with stream crossing for passenger vehicles into that area for employee parking, because you're already anticipating passenger vehicles crossing that stream to go to the restaurants. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And you are, in fact, however, crossing the same stream and wetland area when you come in off of Route 30 opposite Stanley Drive on the site driveway, that you're going to have to make improvements that will allow that crossing to occur even with heavy truck traffic.
Correct.
As to the Exhibit A32 as compared to the prior version, number one, there is again, there's a revision date of October 28th that you had the area for proposed Lot 5 available prior to the 28th, correct?
I did.
Okay. Was this document changed after the 22nd?
It was.
Okay. Was that to add the Lot 5 information?
Yes.
Okay.
And we revised, the prior form of this had the lot on the west side of Route 94, so this was requested of me today to update this document.
Can you explain the maximum lot coverage of 1.325 million, 1.325204 square feet?
That's it.
On proposed Lot 1 versus the prior version of 1,283,692?
Mr.
The-
Wolf, what was the prior number?
1,283,692.
692, okay.
I would wager, I don't know why. The only reason that would have changed is that when we updated the exhibit, I believe, the prior exhibit that you see on the large board, whatever number that was, because we took 2 acres out of that overall area, the percentage of impervious increased from 24, it was rounded to 25. And it looks to me like we took, my designer that prepared this for me took the 25% of the acreage and used that number just as a rounded number.
Okay.
The point of I'm sure that's what it was, because we didn't change any site improvements on the plan. So if that changed as a result, it's still, the main point of that, well, I'm testifying that there was no physical site improvements to the improvements for the warehouse building and associated improvements. That percentage is merely to indicate that we are far under the maximum 60% allowed. But there was no physical changes to the site improvements.
We have just a moment. Do you have Exhibit A25 in front of you, sir?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's that
If
one.
you can
Oh,
take a
sorry.
look at that. On warehouse proposed lot 2, which is the equivalent of our current proposed lot 1, there is a reference to minimum lot area, and you show provided 123.69 acres versus the proposed less 2 acres of 121.69. and it says maximum lot coverage 23.8% versus 24.2%. And that is still less than 2 acres. So that's why I'm having trouble understanding how, with our new exhibit, A32, the proposed acreage of 124.69.
It's still under 60, so it doesn't matter.
It was just,
The square feet hasn't changed on the maximum lot coverage from either on A25 from the provided versus proposed.
what appears to me is just a rounding error of the 25% to match the site plan, which was rounded to 25%. So my testimony is that there's no change to the physical improvements shown. If there's a square footage that shows we're still well under the requirement and is sort of irrelevant from a square footage standpoint.
Okay.
It's just a rounding error.
But can we rely on the proposed lot coverage indicated there, 1,325,204 square feet? Is that accurate?
I would say it is per the prior exhibit of 24.2% of 1,283,692. I believe as I said, the 25% was a rounding error, and 25% of the acreage is how that was modified on this exhibit.
So if you actually measured the lot coverage on your new exhibit exhibit 31, will it not equal 1,325,204 square feet?
No, it will be 1,283,692 square feet.
Okay.
Again, we're well under the 60% maximum and is irrelevant. We could come through with a land development plan at a later date with a little bit more impervious. As long as we're within the allotted 60%, it's irrelevant to the application,
Well,
in my opinion.
to the extent we want to know how much lot coverage you're proposing, we'd like to know the number. And if the
Yeah.
number is 1,283,692, that's the number?
That's what it is.
Okay.
No other questions?
Okay. Again, 32 is admitted. Did those questions by Mr. Wolf bring up anything that Township wanted to ask?
They did not, thank you.
Board, any questions? I don't mean to leave you guys out. Okay. Mr. Schutte, proceed.
Moving to applicants, Exhibit 33. Mr. Brenzer, did you prepare this document?
I did.
Okay, and is it substantially similar to what was prepared in September and then distributed to the other council in this matter, except for the proposed Lot 5? Okay, can you explain this document for us, please?
Vote no! Vote no! Vote no! Yes! Vote no!
Jesus.
Settle down, people. Okay. What were we asking? Repeat your question, David. I lost track. Somebody was yelling, vote something.
I saw that. Could you please, Mr. Burns, could you please explain this exhibit to the board?
Yes, we updated the lighting exhibit to reflect the additional 2 acres that we mentioned for lot number 5, just to visibly show that the lighting proposed still does not go off of the property onto lot 5 that we added. So it's just merely to update that exhibit with this additional lot 5. It also has all the same lot number changes that we talked about earlier. And I also, on this exhibit, removed the prior road improvements that were shown at the intersection of 94 and 30, just to be consistent. That's it.
And does this exhibit meet the standards required under Chapter 89 of the Hamilton Township Code of Ordinances, which is the township's lighting ordinance?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions as to Exhibit 33, applicant's Exhibit 33 and move for its admission.
Township, any objections to the admission of applicants 33?
No, but I have a few questions.
Okay, go ahead.
So with regard to the lighting ordinance and the requirements in it, how specific does this plan here get with regard to compliance?
So what this shows is photometric rings, which goes out to, I believe, 0.5 foot candles is the outer ring. So it just shows the limits of those typical light rings as for a photometric plan that was prepared by one of our consultants.
And does it tell us what kind of lighting will be used?
We show the legend on the right-hand side does show your typical wall mounts that will be mounted on the building, and then it also has light poles. So it does not necessarily indicate the specific lighting material, but the intent is to show that it would comply with the coverage and also comply with not projecting that light off of the property.
Okay, and what is employed to ensure that it does not project the light off the property?
Well, I think the way this is graphically shown, the light rings indicate where the limits of that projecting in accordance with the ordinance of how that would be. If through the land development process it's deemed that some other cutoffs or some other features be added to the plan to limit some of that projection, we can certainly add that. This is merely meant to indicate that we believe we are in compliance, and again, this would be further reviewed in detail during the land development process.
Okay, so it's your testimony that the way this is set up on this plan here, it won't project any light onto any neighboring property?
Not direct light, which is what the ordinance requires. And the level of foot candles that's required would not be projecting off the property onto the neighbors.
But you're not,
Neighboring
but you're
property.
not assuring us that the light won't be visible from
But-
neighboring properties, right? I don't look comfortable.
Mr. Baranski,
I'm asking you a question.
you know, I was just going to ask if we can have the crowd be a little bit quiet while we do the hearing.
Yeah,
Because this is really unfair to the applicant.
yeah, you guys, no more clapping or shouting out, vote this, vote that. Otherwise, we'll just close the hearing, because we need to get this done. Thanks. So my question again is, the applicant's not making any assurances that the light won't be visible from the neighboring properties. Is that right?
That's correct. It doesn't mean that you won't see a light. It means that the lighting will comply with the ordinance criteria with the level of foot candles, which is what we're bound to follow.
Township, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I do, and
Okay.
I'm trying to ask it in a way that it's slightly different and doesn't sound the same. The ordinance uses the word, doesn't reflect or project objectionable light onto neighboring properties. So my question is, will this project or reflect light onto neighboring properties?
I don't believe so. That's the intent. It would be designed to comply with the ordinance, so if additional cutoffs were required, they could be added to help limit that. Lighting is typically projected down towards the ground. There is ambient light from any light source, as we all know. So the intent would be to meet the ordinance by projecting that lighting down to the ground and have the foot candles not leave the property onto an adjoining property. That's the intent. That's typically how what the ordinance requires. Does that mean you're not going to see the light from off-site? That's not the case. I don't think anybody could prevent that from happening. So we would be in compliance with the ordinance with providing that. And again, if during the full review of land development, if it's deemed additional cutoffs or other features need to be put on the lights to help promote that, we would certainly add that as directed by the township.
So, following an approval in land development, after building, if the light is objectionable to the neighbors, is the applicant prepared to make modifications to the lighting?
Generally, when that occurs, the zoning officer would be notified, and they'd contact the client, and they would be required to comply with that request. I'm not the applicant, so I can't make that statement, but generally, that's how it would typically occur, yes.
Understood, thank you. That's all I have.
Objectors, objection to the exhibit first.
I don't have an objection to the exhibit.
Cross-exam on the subject of lighting.
Excellent, thanks. So, so I want to make sure that we are very clear that the reason that we are even talking about a lighting plan is that subsection, I believe it is 15 of 15098.BD, that deals with truck terminals, warehouses, and wholesale businesses, is a specific requirement for this use that a lighting plan be prepared, and a lighting plan is defined, correct? I asked a compound question.
I
The
would-
first reason that we're doing
yes.
this is because it's a specific ordinance requirement for warehouses, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the second part of that is the Hamilton Township has a specific ordinance provision, section 89, that -1, and its subsequent subsections that provide for lighting plans and specifications for what is required. Is that accurate?
I do not have that information in front of me, but I'm guessing that is correct.
Okay, well, 89-21 is specifically lighting plans. Do you agree? Or do you have that in front of you?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. Does your lighting plan indicate the location, type of illumination devices, color, temperature of the lamps, fixtures, lamps, supports, reflectors, and other devices?
Mr. Wolf, are you reading that from an
I
ordinance section?
am, section 89-21, subsection B.
It does not include that information,
Okay.
all of that information, no.
Does it provide under subsection C the description of illuminating devices, fixtures, lamps, supports, reflectors, and other devices? And the description may include, but is not limited to, catalog cuts by manufacturers and drawings.
The plan includes the legend, which identifies the wall-mounted lights and the light poles, so the type of lighting from that standpoint are shown, but not all of the additional detail.
Does it show under subsection D a point-by-point illuminance grid plot on a 10-foot by 10-foot, on 10-foot by 10-foot centers of foot candles overlaid on the site plan, plotted out to 0.0 maintained?
It does not. It shows photometric rings, but not the point-by-point information.
Does it provide information with regard to the landscaping plan about lighting fixture locations demonstrating that site lighting and landscaping have been coordinated to minimize conflict between vegetation and intended light distribution?
Not specifically. The landscaping is shown on the lighting plan.
Okay. Now, as you were just asked by the township solicitor, the information sought by the lighting plan is to affect not only direct generation of light, but also reflective light, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, I'll ask this question to make sure that I lay the proper foundation. Have you worked on warehouse projects before?
I have.
And is it fair to say that they are typically a lighter color?
They
When
are.
they're finished?
Yes,
Grays, whites?
typically.
Are generally reflective of light.
Colors, yes, reflective, not reflective.
I don't mean that they're glossy, but that they are light-colored and light reflects off of them.
They're light colored, so yes, the light would.
And is it your experience in dealing with warehousing facilities, the trailers themselves are usually lighter in color?
Many times.
Okay. And you have light posts that are mounted in the truck parking areas, correct?
Correct.
Do the photometric rings that are provided on your lighting plan take into account reflective light caused by tractor or trailers parked underneath the light source?
They do not.
Okay. Do they take into account any reflective light from the building itself on a wall-mounted unit?
They do not.
Okay. And to be clear, is there anything in section 8921 that sets forth the requirement for lighting plans that differentiates the level of detail that must be provided to accompany a special exception application versus a land development application?
No.
Is there any language in the lighting plan requirements that says that a subsequent lighting plan with greater detail may be provided at a later stage after special exception approval is granted?
Does not.
Grocery store for the community.
Where'd that come from? That person left, so I can't kick him out. You're still on, Mr. Wolf.
I just, board's indulgence for just a moment. I have no other questions.
Did those questions raise any additional questions for the township?
No, thank you.
Mr. Wolf, objections to admission of the exhibit?
I believe I
Oh.
had already none.
Okay, 33 is admitted.
Okay.
Mr. Schutte, 34.
I have no further questions for Mr. Brinzer, and we'll bring in Mr. Schick.
Well, before we release him, have a seat. Any general questions for this witness outside of the exhibits we covered?
No, thank you.
Mr. Wolf?
No.
You're dismissed.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, to remind you, you are still under oath from the last several meetings.
Understood.
Okay. Mr. Schick, going to show you what we marked as the entire Exhibit A34. And I provided to the board and to the township and to the objectors' counsel by email on, I believe it was September 14th, a copy of that document, and have provided a hard copy of just the executive summary and the introductory narrative for tonight's hearing as Applicant's Exhibit 34. That is the only hard copy of the 800 and some page traffic impact study.
So just to be clear, the applicant's Exhibit A34 that we have, that the board and myself have, is just the executive summary of that giant document that's.
Which everybody received electronically on September 14th.
Okay.
Okay.
Certainly happy to acknowledge receipt of that 815 pages at that time.
Yeah, I think-
In no time.
Township got that too, right?
We
Yeah.
received it, thank
Got
you.
it.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. John, can you explain the differences between the traffic impact study that is before us today and the one that was testified to during the March hearing?
Yes, the current revision date was August 26, 2024. And the change, as Mr. Brinzer indicated, from the site plan was the removal of the Myers track. So that particular warehouse that was on the west side of 94 was removed in its entirety from the study. Also, in the previous study, one of the restaurant uses was estimated as 8,000 square foot restaurant. Last hearing, we realized that the site plan showed two 6,000 square foot restaurants. So the study was also revised to reflect the change in trip generation to match the current site plan.
Okay.
Other than that, that was the only substance changes to the report.
Okay. And as a result of the change in the site plan, did that change some of the numbers in the traffic impact study?
Let me go back to my
Sure.
previous statement. Look at the numbers here. Again, from the original traffic study, the revision or the removal of the warehouse from the west side of 94, and then the change of the lot, what's now lot number 3, high turnover restaurant, to a 6,000 square foot. So the two restaurants was a 5,000 and a 6,000 foot, not two of the same, so sorry about that.
Okay. So, did that change the trip generation?
It did, it reduced it.
Okay. And can you explain how it reduced it? And point us to one of the tables that describes it for us.
If you go to Table 7 on page 13 of the executive summary of the report that you have, Table 7 is the trip generation program. The copy you have here, the updated one, includes the removal of the 103,680 square foot warehouse, and then also the reduction of the one high turnover restaurant from 8,000 to 6,000 square feet. What that does is it resulted in a net change, a reduction during the weekday AM peak hour. If you look at the bottom row, if your copy is color, it says total, it's in blue. Under the AM peak hour total, there was a reduction of 58 peak hour trips. If you go over 3 more columns to the PM peak hour total, there was also a reduction of 58 peak hour trips. The ADT column was reduced by 416 daily trips. And the Saturday peak hour, the very last column, the lower right corner, there was a reduction of 80 overall peak hour trips on a Saturday.
And as a result, did that change the level of service analysis for the project?
It changed the numbers and the inputs of the volumes into the analysis, but had very, very minor changes to the results that were previously presented.
Okay. Now, in the traffic impact study, you used ITE land use category 150. Can you explain the reason why you chose that land use category instead of other land use categories that had been mentioned in, I believe, your cross-examination the last time you were here?
Right. And again, in my original testimony, we used ITE Land Use 150, which is general warehousing, which was agreed upon during the PennDOT scoping meeting. Subsequent to that meeting, and as we've gone through this hearing, PennDOT released a strike-off letter. And a strike-off letter from PennDOT is a mechanism they use to release information for changes to methodology, to policy, or design standards. So there was a strike-off letter that was submitted, and it basically has a flow chart, and this flow chart walks you through specifically which land use codes to use for a warehouse. Again, because of these influx of warehouses that have come on board, PennDOT basically performed a study to determine the different types of warehouses and which rates to use. If you follow the methodology in their strike-off letter, again, as an unknown tenant at this time, and you work through the graph, the IT 150 is what the flow chart and the PennDOT strike-off letter would tell you would have to use for this particular development.
Okay. I guess so we can keep with the same process here. I'm going to move for the admission of applicant's exhibit A34, which is the traffic impact study.
Township? Objections and/or questions of the or the applicant's witness?
So no objections. Logistically, I'm trying to, there were a couple future exhibits. One, I believe, some of the information that was just testified to came out of A35, limited amount. And I was planning on discussing A37, which is the township engineer's comments on the revised traffic impact study.
Are you testifying to A35 or A37?
Yes.
Yes, but again, I kind of intermingled that into it, probably jumped
You won't, if you don't ask him now, I'll make sure you can ask him later. You don't lose your
Yeah,
chance.
I just wanted to keep the exhibit thing
Yeah.
going before you started talking about the next exhibit.
That's fine. He was concerned that you wouldn't get a chance to ask him other questions.
Correct. So do you want me to hold questions till we go through all of those and we'll come back?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Objectors.
I just need a point of clarification. So is 34 the executive summary, or is 34 the full study? How are you identifying?
I would say 34 is the entire study, but we're providing the executive, so we didn't print out an entire rainforest of traffic impact studies. 34 is the entire study, but I provided to everybody the executive summary.
And that executive summary reflects the exact same document that we got in September?
Correct.
Okay. I have no objection to 34 as the entire study.
Okay. Let me make a note of that. Any cross for what he's testified to so far? He's not going
I would much
anywhere.
rather do it all at once, if
Fair
that's
enough.
okay.
All right, that's how we'll do it. You're the most popular guy in the room, so
Wonderful.
sit tight because they're coming for you.
Buckle up.
Okay.
You have questions? We have questions from the board.
So again, going back to this land use study 150, and PennDOT said it was clearly okay to do for an unknown use, correct?
Do you want to handle this as it's another exhibit, or how do you
Yeah,
want to?
there's an upcoming exhibit to explain how PennDOT's process works for identifying which land use category should be used for an unspecified warehouse, and we're going to get to that in a little bit.
Good, because I think everybody has that same question as to
Right.
why you picked 150. What's this strike-off letter mean, all that
Yes,
stuff.
exactly, yeah, and we're going to get to that in pretty good detail.
You okay with that? Okay. So just so we keep track of what we're doing, A34, which is the executive summary in hand representing that 800-page document, is admitted. Okay.
Okay. Moving then to applicant's Exhibit A35. John, is this a document that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you, this answers, I believe, the board's question regarding the trip generation methodology utilized by your firm in preparing the traffic impact study. Can you walk us through this document and the attachments to it?
Yes, I can. Again, on our June 26, 2024 zoning hearing board meeting, zoning hearing board member Newman asked a question regarding our trip generation methodology. As part of that, we explained it during the scoping meeting with PennDOT and the Township that at that point in time, there was an unknown tenant, or there is an unknown tenant to the warehouse. And at that time, it was agreed upon to use ITE Land Use Code 150, which is generic warehousing. Also, as a stipulation of that scoping meeting, and the township agreed to that a post-development traffic impact study would be conducted upon completion of the development in order to verify that the original trip generation was in line with what the projections were for the improvements. If there was a substantial difference in the trip generation, then a post-study review of those improvements that were recommended or approved under an HOP would need to be reevaluated by PennDOT as well as the township. After the last hearing, there was the strike-off letter, which I referenced. It's part of that packet that you have of the application. There's a section called Attachment G2. It's towards the back. I don't have every page numbered here, but it's towards the back of that exhibit. It's called Attachment G2 Warehouse Facilities. And what it does is that outlines what was included in that strike-off letter, which is now incorporated into the policies and procedures that PennDOT has for conducting traffic impact studies for warehouses. The second page of that document has a flow chart, and I'm not sure if you guys have colored flow charts or they black and white.
Let my board get caught up. They got to find
Okay.
it first. It looks like this, guys. Everybody have it? It's almost it's like the third page from the end, or fourth. There it is, right there. You got it. Okay, we're all on board.
Okay. So if everybody's on the same page with the flow chart, that's what I'll walk through of again, this is post-traffic impact study scoping with PennDOT. So again, we had the scoping, we went through, we did our traffic counts, we prepared the study, we've submitted it. And as this strike-off letter came back, it basically was confirming that the land use 150 that we selected was the correct land use code to use. If you start at the very top, it says if the end user is not identified. In this particular case, the end user is not identified. It's broken down in two sizes of the facility. If it's less than 500,000 square foot of gross floor area, you go to the left. If you go to the right, it's a larger facility. If it's greater than 500,000 square foot, then you use that side of the flow chart. As you drop to the next decision box, it says the ceiling height. If it's greater than 24 feet, if it's not, then you go to use ITE 150. If not, you go to the next decision box. The office employee welfare space is less than 1% of the GFA. If it's not, you go to land use 150. The next one, if the loading docks to floor area ratio is between 1 to 5,000 and 1 to 15,000. If it's not, you go to ITE land use 150. If all those are yeses, then you go to ITE land use code 154. We did a comparative, if you go back to the very first page of that document.
Well, wait. Where are we on the flow chart?
Well, we're on the flow chart where we answered no, so we went to ITE 150.
Which question did you answer no to, John?
Well, it could go either way. It could go to 150 or that. Again, the building is not known. The ceiling height most likely will be greater than 24 feet. We don't know yet, but again, if we assume yes for all those, then we get down to ITE land use code 154 to be conservative. So when I go back to the first page, I'll explain my reasoning of what I did to this, okay?
So wait, so you worked through the flow chart and
Worked through the flow chart.
asked all the questions with respect to the applicant's project as you know the answers to it.
Correct.
And where did it lead you? 150 or 154?
We end up at 154, again, because we don't know the final design of the building, so we can assume worst case 154,
Okay.
okay? If we go to the very first page, and again, this is kind of how we work back from this here. It lists IT 155, which is a non-sorting facility. There were studies that were done, and it shows a trip generation for the ADT, the AM peak, and the PM peak.
Where are you in the exhibit?
The very first page of the exhibit. There's at the very bottom, there's 3 different IT land use codes.
Okay.
And what we did is we went through and we generated the traffic using each one of those land use codes. Again, as the last time, even prior to the strike-off letter coming out, it was requested, why didn't we use the other land uses? So initially, we set up to basically just run through the trip generation calculations using each ITE land use code. Again, the first one, under ITE 155, it gives the trips there. ADT of 1,068, the AM peak of 93 trips, the PM peak of 99 trips. We also looked at ITE land use 154, which again, the strike-off letter calls out, which we would technically fall under. That shows an ADT of 869 trips per day. It shows an AM peak of 50 trips during the AM peak hour. It shows 62 trips in the PM peak hour. And then finally, IT 150, which was the selected trip rates used as, again, identified during the scoping meeting. And again, when you hear these numbers, you'll see why we chose those. For IT 150, the ADT was 1,019 trips per day. The AM peak hour is 98 trips during the peak hour. And then the PM peak, 101 trips. So again, the traffic study and the analysis are all done based on peak hour traffic, the morning peak and the afternoon peak when traffic is the highest on the roadways. If you look at the three different land uses, again, the IT 150 generated the highest amount of trips. So even with the PennDOT strike-off letter, if you follow through, and again, if it would have triggered either land use 150 or 154, we used 150 again, which is more conservative. And when I say conservative, I mean higher trip numbers than what the other land use was. Even though there's a very minor change between those or difference between them, again, we feel that the study was done using the higher of the two trip generation rates.
Trips of what kind of vehicles per day?
The trips are passenger cars as well as trucks. So it's total trips. Also, in the back of that exhibit, there list the actual printouts from the IT trip generation for each one of those land uses, and it gives a definition of what they mean. We've been talking just land use code 150, but this provides the board at least a descriptive of each one of those land use codes are.
So, John, just so we're clear, the choice of 150 instead of 155 or 154 is based in part upon directive received from PennDOT during the scoping meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in part based upon the recent strike-off letter received from PennDOT as to how to choose which land use code to go with.
Yes.
And even if you applied 154 based upon the flow chart from the strike-off letter, that's still calculated to less trip generation under 154 than to 150, which you based your study on, correct?
That's correct.
And under the PennDOT strike-off letter, if a warehouse does have an undescribed use at the time, it's not appropriate to use 155 or 156, correct?
That is correct.
And that's the directive received from PennDOT based upon both the conversation at the scoping meeting as well as from the strike-off letter.
That is correct.
I have no further questions about Exhibit A35 unless John wants to do a little bit more description.
Yeah, I just want to add one more item.
Sure.
There was a further question, again, from Board Member Newman regarding the time of year that we conducted our traffic counts. Again, we did do our traffic counts in January 2024. PennDOT has a traffic data report factors that they come up with every year that they release, and it's based on counts that are done on similar type roadways on certain days of the week of certain months of the year. And when you look at the factor for a count that's done in January on I think it was a Wednesday, we did our counts. The data they have a factor of 0.93. So they would say in order to represent what's considered as average day conditions, we would apply that factor of 0.93 to the volumes. Thereby, that would reduce the volumes by 7%. So rather than apply that factor, our volumes, we kept at 100% and used the volumes from the actual traffic counts that we did. So again, the volumes weren't, if that factor would have been higher, like a 1.01 or something, they were 1% higher, then we would have had to adjust our numbers accordingly based on not being average day conditions. But being that the factor shows that our counts it would be reduced, we don't apply that factor to studies. That's all I have, David.
I have no further questions for John on Exhibit A35.
Township, objections to the exhibit? And again, recognizing you can ask him questions later if you want to.
No objections, and I'll reserve my questions.
As the solicitor said, no objection, but reserve my questions.
Okay, Exhibit A35 is admitted.
Next exhibit is applicant's A36. John, did you prepare this exhibit?
Yes, I have. I
Okay.
did.
And can you, what was the purpose of this exhibit?
This exhibit is the one that replaces the exhibit that was withdrawn from the last hearing. This exercise was done as a request from the Hamilton Township's traffic engineer. As part of their review, they requested that we look at the intersection of 30 and 94 under our total future build conditions and determine what improvements would actually be needed in order to mitigate the existing deficiencies at the intersection. So basically, we went through and we did an exercise to determine what additional improvements were needed at the intersection in order to bring up the failing levels of service to acceptable levels. The results of those analysis indicated, again, from a level of service point of view, that the with improvement scenario would include the following improvements. These are listed on page 1. An additional westbound York Road through lane, an additional southbound Carlisle Pike through lane, and then an upgrade to the traffic signal timings, phasings, apparatus to accommodate those changes. Again, those are the recommendations as a result, as requested by the township. Again, these are just to address their concerns based on PennDOT's criteria for level of service. We meet their 10-second delay variance. Therefore, it's our opinion that these improvements are not required of the applicant. However, we went through, we did the exercise. We were also aware that Adams County is also doing, and they have completed, a study of the corridor itself to come up with recommendations to PennDOT and the municipalities along that corridor. And again, this exercise was done just to identify what those potential future improvements for the intersection should be.
And just to be certain, the levels of service summary that's included in this exhibit and the Q summary, which is included within this exhibit, those are basically cut and pasted from the traffic impact study that has been submitted into evidence this evening, correct?
With the exception of what's highlighted in yellow.
Correct.
What's highlighted in yellow is the results of the analysis with those improvements I mentioned included.
And as you mentioned before, currently, all of the movements at the intersection of York Road and Carlisle Pike are at an acceptable level of service in their existing state in all peak hours. Looking at page 1 of Exhibit 36.
Just state your question again. I just want to make sure I have it right.
Currently, if we look at the existing line, they're all Cs, Ds, Bs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
So currently, there are not any failing movements at York Road and Carlisle Pike.
That is correct.
And the base at 2030, without the development, again, does not have any failing movements.
It does on the AM peak and also the PM peak. The westbound throughment drops from a level service D to a level service E.
Okay. And
A level service D as in dog to E as in elephant.
okay, and then the projected that includes the development only, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, added to the design year 2030 base, and what did you mention about the 10-second PennDOT guideline?
Right, and in addition to the westbound movement, the southbound movement also experienced the same drop from a level service D to a level service E in the AM and PM periods. Yes, PennDOT has criteria, again, as we testified previously, that they allow if there is a degradation, that you can have a maximum of 10 seconds of increase of delay to the overall intersection. In addition, we took and looked at that 10 seconds. PennDOT sometimes will apply that 10-second rule to the actual movements of a lane group. So if you look at between the base column and the projected column, you can see that where there was a unacceptable level of service, that the amount of delay that increased did not exceed a 10-second variance. So between the approaches, the overall intersection or individual turn lanes, none of those particular movements increased by more than 10 seconds.
So just so I'm clear, PennDOT considers a D letter grade as acceptable?
Yes.
Anything else, John?
No.
I'm talking to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anything else, Mr. Baranski?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions then, if John on this exhibit.
Township, objections to admission of Exhibit 36.
No.
Objectors, objections to admission of the exhibit.
To the exhibit, no.
36 is admitted.
Okay, and then finally, Mr. Schick, can you take a look at Exhibit A37? Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, and can you walk us through what this is?
This is excuse me. This is a review letter put together by Christopher Schwab of TRG to the township in his review of the traffic impact study.
And are all of the comments addressed or otherwise satisfied by what has been provided to the township? If you want to just tick through them real quickly.
Sure, we'll look at each one. Comment number 1, the trip generation table for Table 7 was calculated using ITE 150. As stated in the scope review for the project, post-construction counts should be completed to determine if additional improvements are required, if the trip generation of the TIS is underestimated in the actual trip generation of the proposed warehouse. Again, we have agreed to that during the scoping process, that those counts would be conducted.
And just one question on that. Is that also a common condition on PennDOT highway occupancy permit related to a warehouse development?
It has become a common comment now. I believe with the adoption of the strike-off letter, it provides clarity to consultants on the use of what trip generation to use. Again, originally, there was really no rhyme or reason on these warehouses. That kind of provided, based on their studies, what they saw the trip generation was. However, adding that extra layer of protection of requiring a post-development study is something that they typically have been adding.
And then second comment?
Basically, the second comment just, again, goes over what I just discussed with the intersection of 30 and 94. Based on the levels of service, the section of level of service discusses approach levels of service and movements of the intersections. And again, this comment also includes that we addressed the 2031 analysis, assuming additional through lanes in the southbound and westbound direction. You know, the analysis shows that these improvements significantly improve the level of service and the queues at the intersection. But again, these improvements are not recommended as part of our study. And again, no concept plans were provided because, again, they were not recommended as part of our study due to the PennDOT criteria.
And then comment number 3 as well.
Number 3, again, discusses there was 3 intersections where we had unacceptable levels of service. The previous review, the township's traffic engineer requested that we review the intersection 94 in Village and Enterprise. Again, we had traffic counts at that particular location. We reviewed it to see if it met traffic signal warrants. It did not meet warrants for that particular location. Likewise, at the intersections of 94 in Berlin and 94 in Pine Run Pine Run Road. Again, those two intersections meet traffic signal warrants under existing conditions today.
And I guess, what does 4-hour signal warrant? What does that mean?
PennDOT has a federal manual of uniform traffic control devices, the MUTCD, and that lists specific criteria for evaluating an intersection for the need for a traffic signal. One of the warrants is a 4-hour warrant where you look at 4 hours, the 4 highest hours of the intersection, and they have graphs. They're all included in part of the overall traffic study that show what those, you have to meet a certain volume threshold on the main line as well as the side street, and they're based on the number of lanes as well as the speed limit at the intersection. Again, those volumes are plugged into those, again, PennDOT standard procedures, and determine that under existing conditions, those two intersections meet signal warrants.
And
today.
because they meet those warrants at existing conditions, then the applicant is not required to or do those types of improvements. Is that your testimony?
That's correct, and let me go to my level of service chart just to review. Again, if you go back to the level of service chart that's in the report, those intersections do not, with the addition of the site-generated traffic from the proposed development, the increase of delay at those intersections does not surpass the 10-second delay. So based on that, it adds vehicles. There are slight increases in delay. However, it does not exceed the PennDOT threshold for requiring improvements at that intersection.
Okay. And then comment number 4.
Comment number 4 is, again, as a result of eliminating the warehouse on the west side of 94, access is no longer occurring from Kaplan Court. Therefore, the improvements that were previously recommended at Kaplan Court were removed from the study. However, they are making a recommendation that we extend the existing center left turn lane that ends up near the back of the Sheets and the Burger King to extend north to our access point in order to eliminate what PennDOT calls, or what the township refers to as, an hourglass effect. Right now, the road is 3 lanes. It goes to 2 lanes. It will go back out to 3 lanes for a turn lane. They want to see a continuous 3-lane section through there to do that. And again, that's something that we don't have an issue of doing.
And you're going to comply with this comment in
Yes.
preparing, in working with PennDOT and obtaining a highway occupancy
Right.
permit?
Yes, we provided concept plans in the study, but it did not include that additional section of widened roadway. But any subsequent report would address these comments and update that concept plan too.
And then comment number 5, I think you already mentioned this, but if you just want to summarize that as well.
Right, that indicates the Adams County Planning Commission, they're in the process or have completed a traffic study for the 94 corridor, which included the 94 and 30 intersection. The comment is the proposed development should be designed to accommodate future widening of York Road and Carlisle Pike, and within any required right-of-way be dedicated. We don't believe that's an issue. The length of the turn lanes along our frontage, our buildings are set back far enough that anything along the frontage would not impede this. And again, if there's additional right-of-way needs for an additional lane, that would be provided along our property frontage.
And then comment number 6 as to the crash data.
Yeah, we provided crash data, but we did not prepare a crash diagram to show specific locations and types of crashes. It's a more specific diagram that would accommodate the crash data that was included in the study. Again, that would be something prepared when the report ultimately goes to PennDOT to include, so.
Okay.
But-
And you have no problem complying with
No problem.
comment number 6. Okay. I have no further questions on applicant's exhibit A37.
Any objections to 37?
No?
Objectors, anything?
No objection.
All right, let's take a 7-minute break, and then you guys can have at 'em.
Well, what time is it? I'll tell you what. No, I don't know what.
Oh my God, yes. Oh, goodness. My dinner. Yeah, I never eat before these things. Never. Never. You good? You good? Did I cover everything with you? Forgot about that thing. It's all about 155. And why? Because we showed a couple extra truck parking lots, and a couple extra car parking lots that might be under 155 for the facility. But PennDOT says you should. Yeah. Yeah. Let me turn this off recording.
Well, I did that, but that's like a whole other Hey. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. They all know us by now. Where's our third member? Did he leave? Smart man. Okay, everybody, start making your way back to your seats. We're missing a board member. If you see him, send him our way. There he is. We spotted him.
Oh, he's so full of crap. It says when it starts. Does it? Let me ask you this question. If the session in the General Assembly goes beyond midnight, do you think that they have to do something?
Just a quick public service reminder. Take 10 seconds to make sure your phone's off. I guess that goes for me, too.
I think she's first.
Okay, so we left off before the break. I think the applicant had made his way through all the exhibits. They were all admitted. We promised opportunities for cross-examination of the witness. And at this point, it is the township's turn to cross-examine regarding the testimony related to traffic.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me first so I don't get yelled at? All right. Mr. Schick, if we can start first with Exhibit A37. I want to go to the last page, please. So just to confirm, I think some of these items that you just went through. Do you have
Is that the township letter?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, it is. All
Have
right.
it.
All right. So if I understood you correctly with regard to comment number 4, the applicant is willing to provide.
Hold on a second. We have a stray phone. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So with regard to comment number 4, the applicant is willing to provide the continuous third lane. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Say that again?
So I believe that it was continuing the center lane is the bulk of that comment, number 4?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that the applicant's willing to provide that. Later on, that'll be in the land development process?
Yes, that's correct. Extend up to the new driveway.
Okay. And then with regard to comment number 5, it's my understanding from your testimony that the applicant is willing to dedicate those portions for a right-of-way that might be necessary later on.
Yes, along the property frontage that he controls.
Thank
Correct.
you. Yes. Okay. And with regard to comment number 6, you're going to prepare that collision diagram that's requested. Again, it'll be at a later time.
That is correct.
So if I can go back up to comment number 3, in conjunction with A36, I want to go over this E versus B, C, D, all of those, if we can, for just a minute. If I understood you correctly, a couple of these, is it lanes, maybe the right word? In the traffic impact study, it's going to make the traffic worse, but not so bad that PennDOT requires an improvement. Is that what I'm understanding?
It's going to have an impact, correct.
Okay. So this additional traffic is going to impact those various intersections that are listed in comment number 3, just not bad enough.
Correct. That's a correct statement.
So you mentioned not failing or not failing. What does PennDOT consider failing?
They would consider failing in general terms a level of service E and F. If you're in a highly urbanized condition, a CBD, a central business district, they sometimes consider level of service E as marginal or acceptable. But for basis of what we're looking at here, a level of service E and F are considered unsatisfactory.
All right, so at least a couple then that are identified on A36, traffic in certain lanes are going to go from a D to an E, correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain this 10-second thing to me then that you had mentioned?
Let me go to A36. Do you have a specific, or are you looking at just,
I believe you mentioned something about a 10-second delay, and I'd like to know how that interplays. Yes, that's what I'm looking at.
what it looks at and what it compares is the base conditions to the proposed projected with development conditions. The base conditions for everything in that table are based on 2031 traffic volumes. That's made up of taking the existing traffic counts, growing them with the PennDOT growth rate, the 2031 conditions, and then there were several developments that the township requested us include in the background traffic. So if you add all those other development traffics along with the growth adjusted existing volumes, that gives you your base volumes. What you do then to get to projected is we basically add the traffic from the proposed development on top of that. So it's basically layering the traffic. So the difference between the base and the projected columns under all three peak periods shows the change in the level of service, if there is a change, and also where there's an unacceptable level of service, E or F, it includes in the parentheses the amount of delay per vehicle, average delay per vehicle, and what that increase is. PennDOT requests that typically when we have an unsatisfactory level of service, we provide that delay, and then we provide the resultant delay with the projected traffic at it to verify if there's a 10-second increase in delay. So what PennDOT says is we can have a level of service E or F that's failing, but we cannot add more than 10 seconds of delay to that particular lane group, approach, or overall intersection. So there's three different items that we look at for the 10-second variance.
All right, so some of these specific lanes or groups of lanes, at least, there will be an added delay, just not more than 10 seconds?
That is correct.
All right. Now, on the site plan, I saw there's a proposed future connection. It'll be, I guess, to the west of Lot 2. Do you
Yes.
have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to these counts, was that part of the future development that was taken into account?
No, that was not. We received a letter from that developer, basically, and long story short, we were under contract with that developer to prepare the traffic impact study. They basically pulled the plug on the development, again, through conversations of scoping meetings of both of these projects. Access was a major concern of that particular project. Our client, made the suggestion that he would provide a stub to the west that could possibly be provided as an additional access point to that particular site. Throughout the development discussion with PennDOT as well as the township, everyone pushed for the access to be opposite of Stanley, so it would create a four-legged intersection, and if ever the intersection would need signalized, that would be the appropriate location. Based on what that previous development was on the corner, there was various commercials and convenience stores located, and they were looking for an access that was about halfway between Stanley and 94. The volume would have been high enough to warrant a signal, and PennDOT was saying there's no way they're going to allow a signal to go in there. So they wanted to see cooperation amongst both developments to come up with some sort of interparcel connection. Our applicant and our land development guys put together a location that was far enough back that could possibly service both sites, where we weren't, there was environmental concerns and impacts on our property, and there was limitations on their lot line. So what you're seeing is a location as far north as we could push a connection on our particular site where it could be potentially connected in the future to that development.
So with regard to this proposed future connection, is there an easement that's going to be recorded that'll document that down the road?
I can't answer it at this time. I mean,
Okay.
I can't answer that.
That's fine, thank you. So is it safe to say then, with regard to that parcel that is not currently being developed and was not included in the counts, that if that's developed, it will add to this traffic issue?
They would have to go through the exact same process that we're going through right now. They would need to go back to PennDOT, reestablish the scoping process. As part of that scoping process, they would be required to include the traffic from this development in their study as their base traffic, and then they would determine the levels of service and queues and impacts as a result of adding their traffic to the mix. So being that we're in line now with our project, anything that comes in after, technically from PennDOT's point of view, would have to include our traffic in their traffic model and do their determinations.
And you used the word queue, and that reminded me, I believe in the report it mentioned that at certain times, again, peak hours, the queues were backing up past the access point. What does that mean?
There are certain times based on observations, and I think as I testified previously, I've been to the site, well, now that this project's going longer, I'd say probably 8 or 9 times during the week. Also on a Saturday, observed traffic. I did notice at certain times there is traffic that backs up in the westbound direction in the afternoon. It may back up to Stanley. Again, not every time I'm out here I see it. Depends on certain times. If I'm out here anytime between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock, certain times, again, I was out here tonight and I didn't see any cars. They backed up basically to Wendy's was the first I saw. So again, on any given day you go there, depending on school, traffic, buses, you know, whatever time of the day it is, there might be an instance where there's a cycle or two where traffic does back up to that point.
So then, if the traffic's backed up past the access point, and I know this probably sounds simple, but that affects the traffic coming in and out of then this development as well, right?
Yes, but again, when we're looking at the traffic, we're looking at traffic over an entire hour, so during the peak hour. So we estimate and calculate queues from the traffic signal based on that hourly traffic. There may be one cycle or two cycle where it does back up, and it potentially could have an impact. Again, but we don't look at every individual cycle of what the traffic will be. We look at, again, we look at the 95th percentile queues, and that's what, 95% of the time, what the maximum back of the queue is based on those signal timings that are established at the intersection.
Now, if I can go back to, I believe, no, that's the wrong one. Give me 1 second, please. So actually, no, I think that was. A35 is where you showed us that flow chart. Is that correct? The, I think, 4th to last page?
Yep.
All right, I had the right one. So we went through, and I believe you took us through, the ITE 150, 154, 155. I didn't hear any discussion with regard to ITE 156. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why was that not considered?
Again, 156 is actually included as one of the appendices of a high queue parcel hub warehouse. And the page in the report has this highlighted. It says a high cube parcel hub warehouse typically serves as a regional and local freight forwarder facility for time-sensitive shipments by air freight and ground carriers. A site can also include truck maintenance, wash fueling facilities. Some limited assembly and repacking may occur within the facility. In my experience, I've seen this use more as a Amazon fulfillment type of warehouse. Again, there is no truck maintenance, wash, or fueling facilities that are going to be associated with this project. At this point, there's an unknown tenant, but we're assuming that there's no assembly or repackaging that's going to occur within this facility. The catch-all, again, is that it was agreed upon at the scoping and with the township that a post-development traffic study would be conducted. I mean, we don't know exactly who the use is going to be. You got 5 different land uses in the IT it could follow. Again, based on the flow chart of the strike-off letter. The IT 150 produces the highest amount of trips. So therefore, we think we're, at least from a planning point of view, we're using the most conservative approach at this time.
So can a high cube parcel hub warehouse exist without a truck maintenance, wash, or refueling area?
Could not. I mean, that's,
And you mentioned the post-construction counts. Practically, when does that occur? Before, it has to happen after occupancy, is that correct?
it's correct. And typically, and again, these, I haven't been involved with a post-development study yet. They've been thrown out there, and as these projects, as you're aware, take some time. They get approvals until a tenant's on board, and they build, and they move forward. But typically, it's 6 months when it's fully occupied, and it's settled in operation. That would be the typical time frame. But again, that's something that between the applicant, PennDOT, and the township would be discussed. Of, we would submit basically a second scope to say, hey, we're going to go out, we're going to count on these days, these time periods, on this particular date. Do you concur with that, or you have an issue with those dates, and then, you know, provide exactly when they need to count it. But again, the facility would have to be up and operating. We're not going to do it on day one. Usually the 6-month cushion gives everybody enough time that everybody's in, they're settled in, it's operating as is. But again, that's all subject to approval by the township and PennDOT.
So if on 6 months in, this update is conducted and there's significantly more traffic, what happens then?
We basically go back and we run the same analysis that you see in the traffic study and plug in the actual volumes and rerun the analysis to determine what, if any, additional improvements are required, or if there's any further degradation at the intersections as a result of that additional traffic.
And if that study then shows that additional improvements are warranted, is the owner required to make them?
I think that would have to be some sort of condition by the township and PennDOT. Again, if we determine that a left turn lane, the left turn lane into the site is cited, just for an example, 125 feet, we determine that based on the actual counts, it needs to be 175 feet, then yes, the applicant would be required to go back and adjust that. Now, they're going to review what those actual traffic volumes and level of service are based on the projected build conditions. So again, when we go out and we count, we're using a lot of projections from other studies that were submitted. Again, those traffic volumes for those other commercial and residential developments may not be at the same level we include in the study. So we're going to take a snapshot in time at that particular time and analyze it with our traffic and see what the difference delta is between what we projected in our traffic study to those current conditions at that time.
I noticed that the 150, 154, 155, they all had building sizes somewhat associated with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So this building, if I'm looking at it correctly, then I'm just talking about Lot 1, the proposed warehouse. It's 621 square feet, 1,000 square feet, excuse me.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And now that would just be one floor.
Yes, that's one floor.
Are any of these ever built with more than one floor?
I can't answer that, but if anything, it might be an office component, might have an upstairs like cafeteria or lunchroom or changing room or something like that, but typically the warehouse floor itself is one floor. Mr. Bolos would have to answer that in his experience, but I see mainly just one floor.
Okay. Have one moment, please. So just one more question. Back to this post-occupancy recount, as I'm going to call it. If there are improvements supposed to be made and the owner refuses to do them at that point, does someone come in and shut them down?
Technically, PennDOT always has the ability to revoke a highway occupancy permit if you do not conform with the studies, the design, and what was built with the permit. So if there's an issue, PennDOT can always draw that card and basically close the driveway, which would basically shut down the operation. They always have that right to revoke a permit.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Can't say personally I've seen it, no.
Those are all the questions I have.
Objectors?
Mr. Schick, good evening, sir. Township has a set of criteria in its ordinance that, let's start with the basic part of this, that under the provisions 15098 DD for truck terminals, that there is a required traffic impact report required for any application for special exception for a warehouse use, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that then refers us to section 120-36 of the subdivision and land development ordinance of Hamilton Township, right?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the provisions of that ordinance, sir?
I haven't seen them in a while, but yes, I reviewed them. I don't have
Okay.
them in front of me.
Would you agree with me that nowhere in the provisions under section 120-36 of the Hamilton Township Saldo does PennDOT have a say in the preparation of a traffic impact study? Correct?
That is correct.
Does it say anything in section 120-36 about following PennDOT methodology for determining the scope, land use code, or trip generation for a traffic impact study?
It does not.
Okay. It refers to the study being prepared in accordance with considerations of the township's traffic engineer and township engineer, correct?
That is correct.
And it specifically refers to evaluating all of the levels of service for intersections within 1/2 mile of the project site, correct?
In conjunction with consultation with the township engineer and staff.
Okay, but PennDOT is not part of that scoping, correct?
It's correct.
And an alternative distance would have to be approved by the township supervisors if we were going to deviate from the 1/2 mile from the project site. Is that correct?
If you state that, yes.
Okay, and that would be subsection G1, to be clear. Was there an alternative distance approved by the township supervisors in this case, sir?
The traffic impact study scope was submitted to the township for their review and approval.
That's the PennDOT traffic impact study. Was this traffic impact study?
It's the same
submitted
scope. The same scope went to both parties, as well as Adams County.
For the purpose of this application, or was the scoping for prior to a special exception application ever being filed?
The scope was submitted to PennDOT, the township, and the county for the scope of the warehouse project.
When was that?
The original scope application meeting was held on July 17, 2023.
Okay.
The application was submitted prior to that.
You're saying the scoping application to PennDOT?
To PennDOT, to the township, and the county, yes.
But that's the PennDOT traffic scoping application. I know you're saying that you submitted it to all three bodies, but that's what you were asking for because PennDOT's requirement is that it goes to those three bodies, correct?
The requirement is we need to have concurrence from those other, the MPO, as well as the host municipalities on the scope itself before PennDOT would approve any type of scope.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you this question. Going northbound from the proposed site driveway on State Route 94, what's the first intersection we come to?
Forest Drive.
Can you show me in the 815-page traffic impact study where Forest Drive's intersection with State Route 94 is analyzed?
It was not required as part of our scoping application.
Where was it, excuse me, folks, where is it in the where was it approved by the township supervisors not to include an analysis within 1/2 mile of the site?
Our correspondence was directly with the township.
Which,
I was not-
the township who, specifically, sir?
Through the township. It went directly to the township.
Is that the supervisors, the engineer, or the traffic engineer?
I believe it went to the manager, and then it was dispersed to the parties to review it
Okay.
on their behalf.
So I'm going to read a sentence to you. At all intersections within 1/2 mile of the project site, unless an alternative distance is approved by the township supervisors, following recommendation from the township engineer. I am going to ask you again, and that comes from 120-36G1. I'm going to ask you again, are you in possession of any approval from the township supervisors to modify the requirements of section 120-36 for this application for special exception?
We do not have anything from the supervisors. We just have what was
Thank you.
agreed upon by the
Nope.
township
Thank you.
and county.
You answered my question, sir.
How far is Forest Drive from the project site? Is it more than a 1/2 mile or less than a 1/2 mile?
I believe that if you're looking at Exhibit A31, that Forest Drive is just north of the edge of where we've cut off, and that scale is, I'm trying to find it. It is well within 1/2 mile from the project site.
It's okay.
Okay. Similarly, on Route 30, are you familiar with the intersection of Bear Road and State Route 30?
Yes,
Was that analyzed?
it was not.
Okay, is that within a 1/2 mile of the project site?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Was there any, and same answer, no letter, or no written approval from the township supervisors modifying the provisions of that ordinance?
Nothing from the supervisors.
Okay, so, how about the intersections of Stanley Drive, Kelly Drive, Stanley Drive, and I believe it's Little Avenue, and Kelly and Bear? Any of those, have any of them been analyzed?
They have not.
Okay, are those all within a 1/2 mile?
Yes.
So, the township traffic impact study requirements under subsection F4 talks about the trip generation manual. Does it say anything in subsection F4 that references PennDOT strike-off letters?
No.
No. It says that the current edition of the trip generation manual for the Institute of Transportation Engineers shall be used to estimate the potential number of vehicle trips resulting from a proposed project, unless otherwise required by the township and following recommendation from the township engineer. Is there anything that you have that deviates from using the current edition of the trip generation manual?
That I have personally?
Correct.
I do not have anything.
Okay. Now, what we have talked about thus far has been, for PennDOT's purposes, what has been analyzed. Was the traffic impact study written to meet the requirements of section 120-36?
I believe it was. We are not aware of any correspondence between township staff, their engineers, and the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
So again, based on their representation of the township at the meetings, they were the person appointed to do that recommendation and question and confirm the study area.
Okay.
So based on their recommendations, is how the study was proceeded with.
So let me ask you this. You have referred to PennDOT approving Land Use Code 150 as a result of the July 17th, 2023 meeting. Do you have anything in writing that says that PennDOT approved the use of Land Use Code 150?
I don't know if it says exactly approved it, but it was a recommendation in the scope application that
Who
the
makes
scope.
that, and who makes that recommendation, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
On
you,
which, on which
but in the
recommend?
scoping application, you fill in Land Use Code 150, correct?
That's correct.
And so if I remember your testimony from an earlier proceeding, PennDOT really won't look at your traffic impact study unless and until you get zoning approval, correct?
We received an email from PennDOT on February 16, 2024, where it says the district traffic unit has
Wait a minute.
reviewed.
Are you referring to somewhere specifically
Yes.
within your study?
In the study itself, in Appendix A.
Appendix A. If you'll give me just a moment
Sure.
to catch up to where you are.
What page, what date?
What page were you on, sir?
Oh, I don't have but it's, if you go to Appendix A, it's, the document should be bookmarked. So you go
Okay.
to Appendix A and then.
And then what are you referring to, an
The
email?
first, the first page, yes, it's an email, has my name at the top. It's dated Friday, February 16th.
Okay. And are you referring to the statement that says that the district traffic unit reviewed the submitted Cycle 3 TIS scope application and has found it to be conditionally acceptable?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, conditionally acceptable, does that mean that it can't change?
No, it says further on there that otherwise, the very last sentence says, otherwise a conditional scope application approval will not be met and the TIS submission would be returned for review if there's comments or issues.
So if there are comments or issues that arise, for instance, if the township decided to say, you know what, we're really not comfortable with Land Use Code 150, we'd ask that PennDOT hold this and require it to be submitted under 156 or 155 as a sorting facility as opposed to a non-sorting, they could submit that concern and the district traffic unit may, in fact, change their mind.
That's very true. We have to obtain an approval of the traffic study and recommendations from the township as well as the MPO before PennDOT approves the study.
So what you have here, these review comments are, hey, based on what we're initially seeing, okay, that's fine. You can proceed to, with your TIS submission, but it won't be reviewed until there's zoning approval, correct?
That is correct.
And zoning approval and HOP approval are two very different things, aren't they, sir?
Yes, very different.
And in fact, the HOP approval really only concerns PennDOT's authority to regulate driveways that intersect with state highways, correct?
Or local roads, correct.
But PennDOT wouldn't be concerned if your driveway was on Forest Drive.
That is correct.
Okay. So PennDOT's concern is because you intersect with State Route 94 and State Route 30, correct? Or US 30, excuse me.
2 points of 2 points of intersection that were part of the study, yes.
Okay. But the township's ordinance doesn't concern highway occupancy permits, correct?
That's correct.
It is a mechanism by which the zoning hearing board or the board of supervisors in the case of a conditional use can view the impacts of traffic as a whole without regard to PennDOT's level of service or traffic warrants. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And in fact, the ordinance provides that recommendations can be made where the project will have an adverse impact when compared to the background level of service under G3, correct?
That's correct.
And so what we're talking about here is not necessarily changes in delay of 10 seconds or more with an associated level of service change, but conflicts or adverse impacts and conflicts with existing traffic, right?
That is correct.
And that includes on township roads and state roads, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, with all of that in mind, we also have a provision in the ordinance that says that the township can require the TIS to evaluate both average anticipated conditions and worst-case conditions when and if the underlying data is highly variable or not truly representative of the proposed use and location. And again, that is from section 12036, subsection F4. So the township could require you at any point to include the analysis of the Land Use Code 156, correct?
That is correct.
And it could also require you to include the analysis under 155 as a sorting facility, which has different numbers and trip generation estimates as compared to a non-sorting facility, and that you've identified, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, rather than build, at this stage of the process, you've gone back and you've revised the traffic impact study for a third time. It's not unusual for traffic impact studies to get revised, is it?
No, not at all.
Okay. And at this stage, if you were to incorporate, based on your building size, Land Use Code 156, you could run what those anticipated trip generation numbers are and the corresponding impacts on levels of service, could you not?
It's correct. With any land use, we could.
Okay. So isn't that the worst-case scenario? Isn't that the most conservative estimate to provide the township?
Again, I go back to what our original scoping application was at the time when the regulations were in place by PennDOT, as well as the follow-up scoping or strike-off letter, and we followed that particular procedure. Again, the catch-all is that regardless of what land use we use, at the end of the day, we always still have the possibility to go back and revise or update the study based on who the final tenant is.
However, the difference that you have here is that if the township doesn't feel that the traffic impact study assesses the level of impacts in accordance with the requirements of the ordinance, you can be denied approval as opposed to conditioned on doing a future study to offer additional improvements, right?
We proceeded with the study based on the assumption that the input we received from the township was guided by the township engineers, the township traffic engineer, the board, the staff, somebody to proceed when they concurred with the scope for us to move forward with the study.
With the study for PennDOT, not with a study that is specifically prepared under 12036, correct?
There's very different criteria between the two standards. PennDOT is a much more detailed, involved type of criteria, where the townships is pretty general and more of an overview of a generic type of traffic study. So I would say that the PennDOT study is much more detailed in what it looks for.
Except that absent specific authorization, you have to analyze every intersection within a half-mile radius of the project site.
But we're not aware if there was conversation between staff and supervisors. We received feedback from the township, I'm saying township as a whole, not knowing who it actually came from, on the approval of the intersections, the days of the week, and times of the day to study. So,
but isn't it incumbent on an applicant or its engineers to review the ordinance and determine whether or not a specific exception or modification of the specific ordinance requirements would be necessary to deviate from those requirements?
I believe our submission to the township is requesting the township, either supervisors, planning commission, engineers, to review that submission and use the appropriate people to make a decision based on the ordinance.
Okay. So, let me ask you this question. Does the site driveway create a new intersection?
It adds a fourth light. Which driveway are you talking about?
Well, we'll start with the one on Route 94,
Yes, it does.
okay? Is there a level of C or better at every movement?
Where are those movements documented so the board can look at the, is there a chart on
I
it?
was asking.
If you go to page 17 of the traffic impact study,
Of the executive summary?
yes, it's in the executive summary. Or page 18. If you go to page 18, that's the 2031, the design year levels of service.
Okay.
If you go to, I'll wait till everybody gets to that section first.
Page 18,
Yes, 18, looks like.
okay.
You'll see it's called Table 13. If you look on the left column, it says intersection at the top of the, wait. Wait till everybody gets the chart.
Has the purple topper.
I don't think they have it in color. Yeah, oh, there we go, yeah.
Yeah, they have.
Okay, okay.
Good?
So the left column on that table says intersection. If you go down to the fourth one from the bottom, it says Carlisle Pike and Site Access Driveway. You'll see that says SBL, which is southbound left, southbound through, and then westbound left right, which is the driveway to New Lake coming out onto 94. And then it says ILS, that is intersection level of service. That's the overall level of service. If you go across that row, you'll see that all the levels of services for the 94 approaches as well as the side street approach and the overall intersection approach are all A's and B's.
So let me ask you this question. Does that take into account the hourglass that you just talked about in response to comment number 4 of Mr. Claybaugh's letter?
That has no impact on the level of service. It's basically a function of the roadway. We are adding a southbound left turn lane, and on the corresponding northbound approach, we have to transition from 2 lanes to 3 lanes. And what the township is asking, that we take that area of transition between the new driveway and the access driveway into the back of the Burger King and Sheetz and continue that center turn lane up through there. There is no traffic using that lane at this intersection because it's a T intersection, and basically only traffic coming south turning left goes in. There's no northbound left to turn, so that has no bearing on the level of service queues or delays.
Now, that is all based on the assumption of the 150 land use code trip generations, though.
It would have no bearing on whatever land use you pick. You put Walmart, McDonald's, it would have no impact on the construction of that roadway.
No, I'm actually referring to as opposed to the hourglass. I apologize. I don't mean to mislead you. The levels of service of Carlisle Pike and site access driveway that you just identified as A's and B's. If you change the land use code to 155 sort or 156, you would dramatically increase the number of average weekday trips for all vehicles, correct?
Specifically 155, no, because 155,
I don't know,
the
let me
trips,
interrupt you. 155 sort versus non-sort?
I'd have to run the numbers. We don't have the numbers, and again, that wasn't,
You've only run the numbers for the non-sort, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you also chose the methodology of square footage as opposed to employees, correct?
That's correct.
And if you use the methodology of employees per the highest number of employees, would that affect the number of trips that were generated?
First, that's not the normal procedure for warehouses. It's based on square footage, is the typical operating process for that. Number 2, there's no defined user. Again, if it's highly automated, is it not highly automated? Depends on the number of employees. So at this point, again, that is why the catch is out there, that once the final tenant is determined, we can determine the number of employees.
But let me ask you this question then. You have extrapolated certain decisions, namely number of parking spaces required, based on the number of employees that you show on the plan, which here it says 350 for the highest single shift, correct?
I did not make a calculation. That was part of land development, Mr. Prinzer.
Are you aware of that calculation?
I know there's a calculation for number of parking spaces, but how it was derived, I don't know.
So isn't it an acceptable methodology to use number of employees to extrapolate trip generation according to the ITE?
It's allowed use, but I've never, in my experience of doing warehouses, used employees. It's been frowned upon. PennDOT wants us to use square footages because that's a majority of the studies that are developed in the ITE is to use square footage.
So
Again,
let me ask you this. You have already said that you have never heard of PennDOT revoking a highway occupancy permit if the trips generated don't match what the initial estimates were stated to be. So if you have a significant increase and they go back and they review it with a subsequent study and the numbers are higher, you've never seen a highway occupancy permit revoked, correct?
it's correct.
Okay. How many times have you seen the subsequent study actually done?
2.
2. Okay. And was there a deviation between the proposed trips and let's start by identifying where they were. What are the 2 instances that you're referring to?
The first warehouse is a warehouse in Raffo Township, Lancaster County on 283. It's the old Childcraft factory. It was converted to the Amazon warehouse. And we're the review municipal engineer for Raffo Township, so we had the opportunity to review those studies, both PennDOT and Township studies. And they conducted a post-development study in peak season of Christmas, between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and the trip generation rates came back within 1% to 2% of what the original assumptions were.
But
There was key intersections that were also reviewed to determine if the original distribution percentages were correct of trucks leaving the warehouse, the number of trucks that came to the warehouse, and any of the improvements that were recommended in the study were still acceptable, and they all checked the boxes that they were.
You just said that you were the township traffic engineer in Raffo. Did you indicate that that there were separate studies done for PennDOT and the township?
No, it was a separate review. The township requested that review, not PennDOT.
I thought, unless I misheard you, I thought you said that you reviewed the PennDOT and township studies.
We did review both because there was an HOP involved, and the HOP needed to sign off of the township. So we had to review the traffic study in order for the township to sign off the PennDOT that it was acceptable on their
Okay.
behalf.
So, but you also, if I understood correctly, that the original use was it was a warehouse and it was converted to a different type of warehouse?
It was a manufacturing facility for kids' furniture and toys and stuff, and it was out of business for several years before. So there was no traffic generated from that use when the original base counts were done. It was a vacant building
Okay.
that wasn't used.
But it was an existing structure that wasn't an undeveloped piece of property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there were certainly some site improvements already in place, and there had been prior trips in and out of that when it was in operation.
Several years back when it was operating, yes.
Okay, and what was the original land use code?
It was manufacturing.
What I mean is, when the HOP was sought, what was the original land use code?
There was no HOPs for that specific use. It was an industrial park that contained several large lots. There was an overall master study that was done, and every time a use come in, that specific land use was studied based on what the original master traffic study included. So the original traffic study assumed the entire development was done as an industrial park. So when they went back and they looked at individual uses that came in, it was a warehouse that came in. Originally when it first came in, it was a manufacturing. So it reviewed and said, here's what was originally approved, the number of trips, here's what we're proposing. As long as it was below what was originally approved, it was acceptable. Same thing, when that use vacated, Amazon came in, they looked at, their trips were higher. So the township mandated that they go back and study the same intersections that were in the original master study with updated counts and determine if the impacts of the additional traffic in that warehouse impacted those intersections. That was their report.
And what you're saying is that there wasn't a significant difference. What was the size of that facility?
I can't tell off the top of my head, I don't recall.
Would you agree that it may have been 414,000 square feet?
I'm not going to argue with you, I see your
That was
consultant looking
Red
at it
K
online.
Development,
That's correct.
LLC?
That's correct.
And that was for a delivery station?
That's correct.
Okay. The last tenant had been Forever 21 that closed its.
Let's, can we kind of focus here on what we're doing here? And I mean, what that has to do with Lancaster and a kid's furniture warehouse and stuff. I don't know where we're going with this.
What I asked was whether there were instances where a subsequent study was actually even done, let alone highway occupancy pulled. And he said, in his experience, this has happened, but it's only happened 2 times. So I was asking the specifics of that.
I don't see how that helps what we're working on tonight.
So let me ask you this. So when you said that this is a process that PennDOT has been adopting, you're using that from your experience on 2 occasions is where you've seen this occur, correct?
Let me clarify, the Raffo Township did not have direct access onto a state highway. So they could not revoke the permit. I'm using this as a basis to say when a warehouse use came in, that the township did not feel comfortable with using IT projections and therefore required a post-development study, which they fulfilled to do. They could technically, they went through a conditional use process. I guess technically I'm not a lawyer, but if their study and their trip generation was different than what was originally testified in the conditional use, I'm sure that they could go back and.
We have that same authority here. We can impose conditions on any approval if there is one.
Correct.
Okay. So, would you agree with me that a 155 sort facility is the worst-case scenario for trip generation?
I'd have to run the numbers and see what it is. I can't make that statement tonight.
Okay. And what are the factors that, again, you indicated are not present at this site that make it something other than a 155 sort or a 156? Is there anything about the physical layout of the site or the physical layout or the size of the building?
I don't believe so. I mean, every building can vary in size.
So it's your testimony that it basically comes to your discretion whether or not you think that this is the appropriate land use code to use?
No, I believe it was a scope application was submitted to the township, the PennDOT, and the MPO with our original assumption. It was reviewed, discussed, and agreed upon by all parties to use 150. Subsequent to that approval, the strike-off letter came out from PennDOT giving more guidance to consultants on the process to determine the trip generation to use if it is an unknown tenant at the time.
If I'm not mistaken, though, that question number 1, or point number 1 in the October 22nd letter from TRG references this land use code and the concern over whether or not there is adequate trip generation being captured. So there are concerns over it, but the PennDOT approval process is different than the traffic impact study submission to the township for the purpose of special exception approval, right?
It says, as stated in the TIS scope, approval for this project, post-construction counts should be completed to determine if additional improvements are required if the trip generation of the TIS underestimates the actual trip generation of the proposed warehouse. It doesn't say that there's concern of it, it just states that that follow-up study is required.
And the applicant accepts that obligation, right?
That is correct. We accepted that at the scoping stage a year and a half ago.
What happens if you can't make improvements to meet the requirements of the ordinance or of PennDOT's requirements?
PennDOT has the right to revoke the HOP, or if there's conditions placed on the project, the application by the township. That's our option.
Okay. I can have just a moment. So where is, we referenced, or you drew our attention to that email that talks about the Cycle 3 TIS scope application. Can you direct us to that application itself?
The, excuse me, the application is also found in Appendix A. And the last submission date of that was, and again, I don't have a specific page number to PDF, but the last page of the scope application, it was submitted as of January 24, 2024. That was the last review of the scope app. It looks like this.
And that was before the strike-off, the date of the strike-off
Oh,
letter
yes,
that you referred
yes,
to?
yes.
Okay. And Sir, the application was prepared in July of 2023, and the meeting occurred for the scoping application July 17th. The minutes weren't prepared until January 2024.
That's correct.
Excuse me, December 2023. Were there changes to the application made subsequent to the minutes being prepared?
The minutes were prepared but not officially submitted. As you can look at the meeting minutes, there are sections in red that talk about post-meeting updates that were completed. These meeting minutes were also submitted along with the revised scope application and part of the final review by the Township, PennDOT, and MPO.
Okay. Is there an updated application that has been submitted?
There would not be because we didn't change anything, basically reduced. We eliminated one building and changed the size square footage of the restaurant, again, resulting in a lower amount of traffic being generated, so therefore, we're not increasing traffic. There would be no expansion of a study or as a result of reducing the scope of the study.
But you haven't been in communication with PennDOT since January, correct?
That's correct. We went through the scoping, and the next step is to prepare the traffic impact study and submit that to PennDOT, so
Okay,
there would be no communication between now and then.
all right. So we're to accept the lack of comments from PennDOT as a tacit acceptance. Is that essentially how I'm understanding your testimony tonight?
PennDOT, as policy, at least in District 8, will not review a traffic impact study that does not have zoning approval. They don't have the resources to review studies of something that may not happen. So again, at that point, again, if the zoning is approved, the study gets submitted to PennDOT and the process continues. You have to start at some point in order to prepare the study. So the study was prepared for the township for this specific hearing, as well as under PennDOT criteria. So if the plan is approved, it would be submitted, and the review process would start at that time from PennDOT's end.
So what if PennDOT looks at your application and all that data, and they say, you guys got this, and we give you zoning approval, and PennDOT says, you guys got this completely wrong?
We go back and change it. We have to revise it based on their comments.
But the township, the board has already given you the approval based on false data.
Yes, but we can't get an HOP then.
Ghost of Johnny Cash.
Oh.
Who was it?
I'm in the ring of fire.
Yeah, we all are.
So, and that happens very frequently. We go through zoning, and as you go through the process of developing the plan, There could be environmental issues. It changes the size of the building. The program can change. At that point, you submit the study for what the current plan is that's in front of the board or whatever. That goes in. If PennDOT comes back and says, no, we're not buying any of this stuff here. Here's our list of comments. They send them to us. The township also gets those comments. The township has the same ability to review the study and say, we're not buying it. We don't believe. I'm sorry.
You lost her because there was background noise.
Okay.
Hold on, Johnny Cash is on again.
So, here are the list of comments, they send that to us.
They send us the list of comments, and we have to address those comments. Typically, for a TIS, it takes 2 to 3 versions to go through to address all their comments. As part of their comments, we prepare a high-level concept plan of the roadway improvements. Typically, we have the HOP plans worked out. We submit those along with the HOP. They want to make sure, number one, that we have the right-of-way we need to build the improvements. They want to make sure everything's in hand before they ever approve the traffic impact study. Because the traffic impact study sets the groundwork for the final roadway plans and what gets designed out there.
So you could end up with zoning approval for a particular use, and because there was a flawed traffic impact study, never get a highway occupancy permit to open the project.
Theoretically, yes. I've never run across that. I mean, when we're dealing with a specific project in a land use, if it's manufacturing, if it's warehouse, if it's retail, convenience store, that's the subject plan that we're preparing the study for.
Mm-hmm.
If something happens with the zoning that we don't get warehouse, well, then the study is null and void. But again, the study progresses with the land plan that's typically in front. I mean, the IT is the national standard. It's been around longer than I've been around. That's what we use. It gets updated every couple of years with newer studies. So it's always updated data that we're using. Again, it's a planning tool. This is a planning tool.
Mm-hmm.
It's not science. We're not dealing with every day you go out there are 34 right turns. It could be 36 one day. It could be 30 one day. So again, these are planning tools that have variances in them.
And PennDOT could look at your study and say, we want you to rerun this data. And a rerun of the data may say, you must do certain improvements if you want a highway occupancy.
Sure,
permit.
exactly. Exactly.
Okay. All right.
That's how the process works. We basically come up with the list of those improvements. That's improved. They want to right up front in the executive summary, what is the developer proposed to do? And we list those out. And those actually, this document becomes part of the HOP. And when the HOP is actually issued, it documents and references back to the improvements that were recommended in the traffic study and that are on the prepared plan. So all these documents are married together.
But those improvements, if I read the chart right, don't make the intersections better. They keep them bad, and you just have less than 10 seconds of sitting there.
Understand, and that's the criteria PennDOT came up with years ago because they really it was very arbitrary of how to determine improvements. So when they came up with this 10-second variance, that was the ground rule. They said you add one car, it's going to change it. So it would be unreasonable to say if you had 10 cars in an intersection, you're going to have an increase in delay. It's normal. Everybody understands that. But they had to establish what that range was of what's considered acceptable. And that's how they came up with that 10 seconds of variance is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Anything above 10 seconds, if it's 10.1 seconds, you got to improve it.
Okay.
They
I
do
didn't mean to cut Nate off. I just, go ahead.
Sir, within the traffic impact study that you have submitted to us, there is that reference to cycle comments. Are those included in what you've submitted to the township tonight?
Everything that was submitted to the township is actually a party to the application. So their engineers.
Wait a minute. What I'm asking is the cycle comments, are they in this 815-page document?
Yes.
Can you point us to it?
Yes. Go back to Appendix A. You'll see I'll call them their landscaped type of document that looks like this. It has the specific comment and then our formal response to it. And that's what was submitted back to PennDOT and parties with the scope application.
So, but that's not PennDOT's approval. Those are your responses to their comments, correct?
We don't have PennDOT approval until the HOP is issued in hand. So
I'm saying approval of your scope.
We received conditional approval. That's all we receive. No one ever issues a letter from PennDOT that says you're approved. It's always a conditional approval based on the traffic study that's submitted and what was discussed at the scope meeting. We discussed the scope the scope usually occurs before any of the analysis is done. So once the analysis is done, the study goes into PennDOT, and then they begin the review of all the data and analysis that are done. And even at that point, we may have conditional approval of a traffic impact study, but until they see the actual HOP plans to verify that we're putting in a 150-foot turn lane, not 125-foot, we don't get approval. So when the final HOP is actually issued to the developer and his letter of credit's posted, that's the only real approval we have through this process with PennDOT. Everything else is conditional until we get to that point in the process.
Let me try this again. And I am looking at one of those landscape pages in the PDF version. It's page 85 of 815. And it says TIS scoping application comment / response letter.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
That is correct.
Okay. So, and it says TIS scoping application number 2.
Correct.
So this is the second version,
Second cycle.
second cycle. What does that mean?
We received comments, we addressed them from cycle 2, we resubmitted it, and that's what cycle 3 is. Where they gave us the conditional approval.
So, when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at a document that is prepared by your office, but it is not, and what, on the left side, it purports to be the PennDOT comment, and on the right side, it's your response.
Correct.
Okay. So, the comments themselves are, we don't have the document that includes their comments, we just have your restatement of them, correct?
Correct, yeah, the actual comment letter is not in here, but it's a regurgitation of those comments into this. They request this letter be prepared.
Now, does that incorporate comments that the township traffic engineer may have had?
Those were a separate review. They were incorporated into it, but there was a separate review letter that was submitted, or maybe I should say an email. It's also included in Appendix A.
Okay.
You go back to the beginning, right after the approval or conditional approval letter to scope, there's an email dated Tuesday, December 19th from Chris Metz from CS Davidson. And it indicates in there, they had comments on the meeting minutes. Again, those comments were incorporated into the meeting minutes and the scope application, all revised, because the meeting minutes are part of the application too. So anything that's discussed in the meeting minutes as a result of the meeting is incorporated as part of the scope application.
Okay. And you know, you'll have to forgive me, but again, the purpose of this application is to gain PennDOT highway occupancy approval, not to necessarily satisfy the criteria of the township ordinance. Isn't that an accurate statement?
I believe we meet the intent of the township ordinance.
The township specifically asked for crash data for mid-block crashes, correct?
That's correct.
That's number 6 in the letter. You were asked about that, and you said, yes, we'll do that. But you're attempting, your agreement to do that is in land development, not before the zoning hearing board, correct?
There was a crash study that was prepared. It identifies all the crashes within that segment for a 5-year period. The only thing it does not include is a breakdown or a crash diagram with a picture depicting where those crashes occurred. That document was also submitted. It's a confidential document, not to be dispersed to the public because it deals with private information that we're privy with PennDOT to receive. But it does include all that information there. We run through what PennDOT requires us to look at for state crash ratios, fatality ratios, and injury ratios. And again, we plug all that stuff together and it generates a report. The crash report also indicates, and there was a brief summary in the actual traffic impact study. If you go to page 4, the actual traffic impact study, it describes the intersections and the segments that were reviewed. Table 2 is a summary for the past 5 years. PennDOT requires us to look at the past 5 years of crash data. That table summarizes all those crashes, and it was submitted as part of this study. However, the crash diagram itself was not. That's typically something that if it's requested, we submit. It's usually not part of our crash report. We summarize this, and again, that information It's basically, it's due to confidentiality. It's not submitted for general public. So if someone submits a right to know act, that information can't be disseminated to them.
So, back in April, you had received, and this was applicant's exhibit number 6, a letter from the township's traffic engineer that included 16 different comments. Now, I believe that you said that as you go along, you address all those comments, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the identical comment, 16 is identical to the letter we just received that requests the collision diagram, isn't it?
That's correct.
So that hasn't been provided after an additional 6 months.
That's
Right.
correct. Again, we provided Table 2. It shows every intersection we're looking at. So focusing on the 2 points of access into the site, if you look at Stanley and Route 30, over the past 5-year period, there's been only 3 crashes at those locations. Again, the typical summary, this is what's typically required in a study. More detail is provided at a later stage when this goes to PennDOT. It's provided.
So if the township traffic engineer is asking for additional information now, and we're here before this board to get zoning approval before you can move on to PennDOT to get highway occupancy permits, do you acknowledge the fact that the traffic impact study requirement in the ordinance is different than HOP and PennDOT's approval?
Yes.
Okay, so there can be different questions asked by PennDOT and the township, and that's okay, because their standards aren't mutually exclusive, right?
Correct.
So why have you not satisfied the requests of the township's traffic engineer at this point for everything that they've asked for?
The only item we really did not provide is the crash diagram itself.
Okay, well, how about this? Why not provide them with the higher land use codes numbers to show what the levels of service are? If everybody's concerns are wrong, then why not show that? So that that's the worst-case scenario.
It was not requested by the township's review engineer.
So if the township's review engineer asked for it now, would you do it?
Yes?
Did you, as you agreed to do in the scoping application, did you contact the municipality for input about non-reportable crashes?
The scope was submitted to the township as a whole, and they provided comments back to us on what they wanted to see.
So in your scoping application under question number 16 on page 5 of 6, sub J, crash analysis, we will also contact the municipality for input regarding non-reportable crashes.
And we will. Again, that's something that needs to be submitted to PennDOT with the TIS as part of their scope app.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Township, does any of those questions raise questions?
No?
Board, any questions for this witness? Redirect, Mr. Sharkey, this witness? Oh, hold on, we have some questions. Go ahead.
So, can you hear me? Exhibit 34, looks like it's page 9 here, referenced the Carlisle Pike and Berlin Road intersection. And it's also referenced in the letter here from Mr. Clayball regarding, it looks to me like it says it's a 4-hour signal warrants met for existing conditions. So that means there's going to be a study regarding this intersection?
At the next level, most likely PennDOT's going to come back and tell us they want to see a 12-hour count at the intersection. Again, we counted 6 hours. We did from 6 a.m. till 9 a.m. in the morning, and then from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock. So we have basically 6 hours of counts. We picked the highest 2 points of the day. But there's another warrant, which is an 8-hour warrant. And PennDOT wants to see more than one warrant, so ultimately, they would require us to go back out and do an updated count at those two intersections to make sure that the volumes are adequate and make us look at more than just a 4-hour warrant.
Does PennDOT take into consideration, is there any special requirements for a road that's a direct access to a school?
If there's pedestrians or walkways at that intersection, school crossing.
What about student drivers?
No.
I mean, knowing that this road is highly traveled by student drivers that are going to access Route 94, which is directly impacted by this.
Unfortunately, it's
additional
vehicles.
traffic.
It's the same as a retirement community. If you have a retirement community that has 55 and over, it doesn't take into account the types of drivers. It's just basic vehicles is what you're looking at.
Now, you'd mentioned earlier that, there was an intersection that you said PennDOT would not allow a light. Is this intersection a possible light location?
Very possible, yes. We do an 8-hour count. It's still going to continue to meet one warrant, and all you need to do is meet one warrant. If you can meet the 8-hour warrant, just additional warrants. I mean, that would be an application that the township, if they want to put a signal there, pursue a signal, they would have to submit an application to PennDOT to proceed with the signal study and design of it.
Okay.
Did those questions generate any questions from anybody else?
I just
David?
have a little bit of redirect. Mr. Schick, you mentioning about the recount after an HOP has been issued. Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen that to be part of an agreement with the township?
That's typically how it's done.
Okay, and is that agreement recorded in the Recorder of Deeds office, do you know?
I can't answer that, but I would assume it's a part of agreement as a land development would be recorded.
And in those types of agreements, would there be remedies that the township could use, such as revoking building permits or revoking occupancy permits as a result of not completing required improvements based upon the updated traffic counts?
I'm sure if that's the agreement, it would be part of it, yes.
Okay, I have nothing further.
And actually, those are also recorded with the HOP. The HOP is actually a recorded document, so anything that's required to be done is also recorded with that property and that HOP, so it's another recorded document documenting that additional information needs to be collected.
I guess I'm trying to understand some of the questioning by the objectors related to Section 12036 of the SALDO. Is there, am I understanding the gist of those questions that the objectors don't believe the supplied traffic study meets Section 150-98 double D because it doesn't meet the section of the SALDO?
Because correct, because the zoning ordinance incorporates the requirements of the SALDO in the specific criteria for warehousing.
And what,
Under 14.
what portions of that section of the SALDO do you believe this traffic study does not comply with?
My traffic expert is going to testify to that, but
Okay, that's fine. If you have somebody coming, is that tonight or?
he's sitting right next to me.
Oh, all right. Sorry, didn't mean to steal your thunder.
It's okay.
So, okay, that'll be addressed then. Mr. Schutte, is that your last witness?
That's our last witness, and yes, with the right of rebuttal, we will rest for the time being.
Okay. Procedurally, I guess.
May I ask one
Sure, go
brief
ahead.
recross question?
Go ahead.
Mr. Schick, can the township require off-site traffic improvements as a condition of approval?
That's a legal question.
Thank you.
Have you ever seen townships
That's a better answer,
require
yeah.
off-site traffic improvements for special exception?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Have you ever seen, you were asked whether or not the township has a remedy to revoke a building permit or use and occupancy permit. Have you ever seen that in your experience happen?
Have it revoked or have language in an agreement?
Have it revoked?
I have not, because the studies that were done did not meet the criteria to have it revoked.
Okay. No other questions? Thank you.
Applicant rests with reserving the right for rebuttal. Township, witnesses,
I have only one.
bring them on.
So I do not recall if Mr. Claybaugh's been sworn in or not.
I don't, have you, you're new, right? I
I'm
mean,
new, so
You're new.
I was reading transcript.
I don't, did you testify before? Swear him in, I don't know.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or affirm?
Do you want to steal one of these? Would that make it easier?
No, I think we're going
Okay.
to make do. Thank you. So, Mr. Claybaugh, just to make sure everyone knows who you are, can you please state your full name and explain your position with the township?
Sure, I'm Chad Claybaugh. I'm a professional engineer. I've been studying civil engineering for about 20 years. I am the engineer of record for Hamilton Township. I've been representing Hamilton Township for about 8 years. I'm a civil engineer, which is kind of a jack of all trades. So from time to time, we pull in special consultants like traffic engineers.
So in this instance, did you pull in a traffic engineer?
Yes, and the guy beside me is Chris Schwab from TRG. The letter that you had submitted as an exhibit was from Chris Schwab to me, but that essentially includes both of our comments.
So in that regard, did you also review the traffic impact study?
Yes, I have.
And you reviewed the comments of what is on applicant exhibit A37, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that letter and those comments, has the applicant addressed all of the comments in it?
So the question was, have they addressed the comments? I would say no, they haven't addressed all of. I mean, yes, they have addressed all of the comments. Have they satisfied all of them? No. We still have those concerns. I think I heard earlier that Mr. Schick said it, doesn't say that we're concerned about it. Well, we wouldn't have the comment still there if we weren't concerned about it. So there are concerns. Those 6 items that are in that letter are concerns, and I would say that those are going to be ongoing through the LD process. So yeah, they've addressed them, but have not satisfied them.
So sitting here today, you do have some concerns over the use of ITE Land Use Code 150?
Yes, and there's been a lot of testimony on that, so I won't belabor the point, but I'll say it like this. PennDOT would not require counts to be done post-construction if there wasn't some concern about it. Of course, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know exactly how this is going to happen, so there is this policy, this procedure to provide those counts post-construction. And that is, I think, the important part of this whole thing, is to make sure that those counts are done and to provide the proper hammer if they cannot comply.
And so those post-construction counts, is that something the township is asking for?
Yes, the township is asking for it, and PennDOT will also ask for that. And I believe also the township will be asking for specifics in a developer's agreement or a covenant that lays out the groundwork for the question, what if they can't comply? Typically, the counts work, as you heard in the testimony, but if the counts can't work, and again, we wouldn't be asking for the counts if there wasn't that chance. So if the counts don't work and additional improvements need to be done, and the applicant isn't necessarily willing to do them, what exactly is what would happen? Will they block up the road? Those kind of things need to be hashed out in the developer's agreement during the land development process.
With regard to the traffic impact study, what is PennDOT's role versus the township's role?
So first, I'll note that these are state highways. We know that. Both access points are state highways. So ultimately, they need to receive PennDOT's HOP in order to be able to move the project forward. That said, the state has always allowed the township to also provide comment. So they have to comply with both the township regulations and the state's regulations. But at the end of the day, PennDOT has the ultimate say. As you heard here tonight plenty of times, PennDOT hasn't been engaged in the full traffic impact study yet. They will be doing that review through the land development process. The township has somewhat limited ability to require off-site improvements. PennDOT has greater ability to require off-site improvements, so they may, during their review process, require some other additional improvements to be done. Of course, we don't know that until we get to that point in the stage.
So with regard to the, I guess, current traffic impact study, are there any off-site improvements proposed that will benefit the township?
There are none proposed at this time. The only thing that was put into the study was an additional request by us, by the township, to study the year 2031, and that study showed some additional southbound lanes and additional westbound lane on the intersection of Route 30 and 94.
In that intersection of Route 30 and 94, has that been an issue in the township?
Yes, that's an ongoing concern, and that's exactly why the townships, all three townships, there's two other townships that own that traffic signal, by the way, Berwick Township and Oxford Townships. We have collectively reached out to ACPO, the Adams County Transportation Planning Organization, and they have hired Michael Baker International to do an additional corridor study that is ongoing at this point. And the whole reason why that study is happening is because of the concerns with the congestion in that area.
And were you involved in the scoping meeting that we've heard discussion about today?
Yes, I was involved, as were the engineers for Oxford and Berwick Townships.
And we had some discussion earlier with regard to the lighting plan. The plan is presented, does it, based on what you've seen, does it check all the boxes from the township ordinance?
No, there's going to be a great deal of additional review to be done. I'm not going to say that the lighting plan shows any violations per se, but there's certainly going to be a great deal of additional review during the land development plan stage of the lighting plan.
Just a moment, please. Comparing the traffic impact study we've been reviewing tonight versus the earlier version, were there any improvements shown on the earlier version that are no longer shown?
Yeah, so there was, and I'm not going to rehash all of the presentation earlier tonight, but there was a right-hand turn lane at Turkey Hill that is no longer included in the traffic impact study. That was determined that was not needed. There was a few reasons why that was not needed, but that is no longer here. And we talked about the Royal Farms connection. There is something that the township's going to like to see during the land development process. Is not only do you show a connection. Granted, the Royal Farms has withdrawn. I'm aware of the letter that they formally withdrew their application, but we would be remiss to not assume that something's going to get built there at some point. So we would like to see some type of an easement or something like that connecting to the Royal Farms so that they could use this new access point at Stanley as for their left out. And then also, just to follow up to what we talked about, the hourglass, what was originally shown, everything westbound off of Kaplan Court would have created an issue for any potential improvements. And that's kind of why we asked for the 2031 study, is so that we can see if there's any potential future improvements that could be done in that corridor, because we know that there's issues. We want to make sure that any of the proposed improvements aren't going to to hurt our ability to make future improvements. So that's one of the concerns that we had with that hourglass study, and then I just wanted to note that has been removed. The Captain Court access has been removed from this study.
So is it safe to say that the increased traffic is Township's primary concern?
Oh, sure, that's probably the main point of concern, especially at this point of the game. Of course, there's going to be plenty of things during the land development stage. There'll be stormwater management, sewer, the whole 9 yards when we get into the land development. But the primary concern is the traffic at this intersection.
And so in that regard, the Township is going to require an easement for the future connection to what was going to be a Royal Farms, as well as the additional right-of-ways dedicated for widening the roadways possibly in the future. Are there any other, I guess, specific conditions that the Township might be looking for with regard to the traffic that are not something that the applicant agreed to in terms of the comments from that October 22nd letter?
I don't believe so. The only other thing that wasn't in the October 22nd letter is that removal of that hourglass. And that's kind of an existing condition. Everybody can envision heading north and trying to turn left into the Dollar General. The left turn lane goes away. We don't want that to happen. We want that to be a continuous lane, at least to get to the Captain Court. So that's the only thing. It sounds like the applicant's willing to make that change moving forward.
That's all I have for Mr. Claybaugh.
Cross-exam?
Sure. Mr. Claybaugh, just a couple of quick questions. You said you were involved in the scoping process with PennDOT?
That's correct.
Okay, and you reviewed the scoping application?
That's correct.
And in those meetings and in the back and forth between Township, PennDOT, and applicant, you basically are the eyes and ears of the Township and the Board of Supervisors?
Correct.
And were there any intersections within that half-mile radius that Mr. Wolf was referring to that you think should have been studied that were not studied as part of the traffic impact study?
I think it's a valid point that all of the intersections within a half a mile be studied. I don't know that exclusion of Forest Drive would result in any different outcomes of the study. I can't remember exactly why Forest Drive wasn't included in it, if it was a part of the original scope and then it got removed. I can't remember exactly why, but from my perspective, I would be surprised if adding Forest Drive to the study it would change anything. The bigger concerns there is just a little bit further north of Forest Drive at Pine Run Road and Berlin Road. Those are skewed intersections right there, and they did include that into the study and show that there was no improvements that would be required by this development. We even went all the way as far as north up to the Route 15 and Route 94 interchange, and this study addressed that intersection as well. So we felt that the scope of the study was adequate.
Okay, so what you're saying is that there were even intersections that were well outside of that half-mile radius.
That's accurate. Yeah.
That were studied at the request of the Township.
Correct. Well, and actually, I believe that specific point was brought up by the Adams County Transportation Planning Organization.
Okay. And if I understand you correctly, should this application for special exception and variance be approved, the Township would be requesting that a handful of conditions be attached to the approval, which would include showing an easement for the future connection of the what was the Royal Farms site, which is basically shown on the plan where that future connection showed, but just have some kind of plan note and declaration or something that would require a easement to be granted to that property owner. Is that correct?
Yeah. The point there is you have good faith right now that they show a potential connection, but the future end user, who we don't know who that is right now, would maybe say, hey, no, you can't, you're not going to drive across my property, but if we have an easement or some way of having a covenant that requires that, I think that would be very important.
And then also the additional right-of-way, which is mentioned in I believe, comments 4 and 5 on your October 22nd letter. And some kind of agreement, as I was discussing with Mr. Schick, about doing post-construction traffic counts to determine whether or not what was presented based upon the traffic study actually meets the real-life world, right?
Yeah, and I would go one step beyond that. If, again, it's not likely that it happens, but again, we wouldn't be requiring the traffic study post-development if there's not a chance that it could happen. So I'd want to know exactly what the ramifications are in some type of a covenant or developer's agreement, should they not be able to meet those requirements, exactly what's going to happen.
Okay, and you would anticipate all of these items would be hashed out and finalized during the approval of the land development plan and be conditions and parts of agreements that would be recorded with the land development plan, correct?
Yes, and it would not be out of line right now, I would say, for, if I could suggest that the zoning hearing board also could provide conditions of a special exception that are similar.
Correct, and that's what I was going for, but all of these things would be accomplished with the land development plan when it gets recorded, correct?
Should the zoning hearing board not put that as a condition of approval of special exception, then yes, I would be asking for that during the land development process.
And the zoning hearing board can certainly put that condition on as well, too, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Cross-exam, Mr. Wolf.
Sir, do you agree with the statement that the traffic impact study required by the township ordinance does not have the same criteria as a PennDOT HOP traffic study?
Generally speaking, I would say that's an accurate statement, if it's said exactly the way he just said it. I think
Okay.
there's maybe a caveat, if you would like me to explain.
No, that's okay. Let me frame this to you that the requirements of the township's ordinance, unless they are waived by the Board of Supervisors, are in place, correct?
Correct.
And there's no inference about that. It's either they apply or they don't. Is that right?
Right.
Are you aware of the Township Board of Supervisors modifying the requirements for the traffic impact study for the purposes of this special exception application?
They have not.
Okay. So as the township engineer, would you agree with me that a traffic impact study that does not assess the impacts to each intersection within a half-mile radius of the site doesn't meet the requirements of 120-36?
That's accurate, yeah.
Okay. The township has, as you indicated tonight, a concern over the trip generation numbers that the applicant has included by relying on Land Use Code 150. Rather than building out a facility and occupying it and studying it after the fact, isn't it easier, based upon the fact that they have traffic counts for the area, they have the square footage, they have a site plan, isn't it easier for the township to require now the worst-case scenario be provided as part of the traffic impact study to assess the full impact that could occur?
I believe it's a bit speculation. I believe it from certain components of it, yes, it could be easier. If
Okay.
it is not appropriate, then I would say maybe it's making it unnecessarily burdensome.
Well, let me ask you this question. If the board decides to approve this, and it's built out, and it ends up with an end user that meets the criteria for either a 156 or a 155 sort facility, and that based on the square footage, it generates 4,000 trips a day instead of 1,000 trips a day, then you could have a requirement to have 3 lanes of additional construction on Route 30. Isn't that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And would you be able to feasibly obtain the right-of-ways with the current build-out situation on the Route 30 corridor to make those improvements?
Not easily.
So you'd be reliant on a covenant that, on the applicant we're going to revoke your HOP, or we're going to revoke your use and occupancy permit if you can't do what you need to do, or you're going to have to change the use, right?
Correct, yes.
So instead, if we determine now what the improvements would have to be to meet the requirements of the ordinance, and we'll get to whether or not they even do that yet, but isn't it easier to look at that now so that this board can assess as a matter of viewing and weighing the impacts of the use in compliance with the criteria in the ordinance? Isn't it more accurate, a more accurate picture for them to be able to see the worst-case scenario?
I think the way that was framed, yes, it would be, if you wanted to show the worst-case scenario, then that would be the way to do it.
And do you agree with me that the ordinance has a provision where there is variability or specific conditions about the project site or the use, that the township can require the applicant to demonstrate the worst-case scenario?
Yeah, I believe the variability is the key component to that. I mean, I guess it's arguable how variable. In our experience, we're not aware of these post-development counts being significantly different than.
How many post-development counts are you familiar with?
I haven't done any specifically. This is my traffic engineers that have done this for me.
Okay, did your traffic engineer relay to you how many times they've seen post-construction counts
Not
done?
exactly the numbers, but that has been relayed to me that they've done these.
Okay. I mean, we heard from Mr. Schick himself that he was familiar with 2 instances. So is this a common practice, or is this a relatively new creation to have a different land use code, do the analysis, build it out, and see whether or not it matches?
So I think the common practice is determining a use based off the ITE manual. That's the common practice. That's been around for quite a while.
Okay.
The thing that I believe is that is new, that it's maybe not as common, is these warehouses being put in more and more. So I believe that, we're trying to catch up with the times of these big warehouses and exactly how they use them. And that's one of the methods of being able to do it, is actually studying it as they're being used.
And is it fair to say that some of those land use codes, 155, 156, they've been developed over the more recent history, watching what was probably originally a 150 and saying, okay, well, what are the numbers that these places are putting out? The Amazons, the UPSs, the FedExes, those buildings that are in our region, that we can see the effects of them, have a much greater number than what the 150 puts out.
Valid
Is that right?
concern. That's valid. Yep.
And the whole reason that the township has voiced a concern is that there is a realistic possibility that what is being proposed doesn't capture the full impacts.
That's exactly right. We wouldn't have a comment on the letter if it wasn't a concern.
And then when we look at applicant's exhibit, I believe it was 835 that, I'm sorry. It's actually in.
Trip generation, 835.
It is where I am. In 835, where it talks about trip generation, and we then turn.
The levels of service chart. Oh, they're in 834.
I'm sorry. 834, the level of service charts that were being testified to before, I believe it's 17 and 18. We are talking about proposed levels of service at the intersections at Carlisle Pike, Enterprise Drive, and Village Drive that go from Ds to Fs, right? I am looking at Exhibit A34, page 17. I'm sorry. I apologize. Page 18. And we are looking at about halfway down the page, the intersection of Carlisle Pike, Enterprise Drive, and Village Drive, which, as I recall, was something that the township wanted to be analyzed, that those intersections were added later. right?
So, to be clear here, I didn't provide the study, but I believe what you're referring to is going from a D to an F is the existing versus the projected 2031. So it goes D to F even with base.
Right.
Not just the development.
But instead of having a delay, for instance, in the westbound left turn lane at Carlisle Pike of 66.8 seconds, it goes up to almost 75 seconds. So it doesn't meet the criteria that PennDOT has, but that's certainly not the criteria that's in 120-36, right? The criteria in the township's ordinance talks about a worsening of the existing conditions. It is a much more subjective standard, but it is a standard nonetheless.
Right, it's a standard nonetheless. It's the subjective part of it is that, so you can spin it that under any worsened condition. And then at that point, you have to weigh in whether that subjective analysis is warranted or not.
But you'd also agree with me, would you not, that at the special exception or conditional use review, that it's the municipality's opportunity to look at these impacts in a much broader way to be able to assess whether or not it should ever continue to land development. And it's the applicant's burden to demonstrate that there isn't going to be, as the ordinance requires, an adverse impact with existing traffic or conflicts with existing traffic, as the ordinance sets out.
I believe I agree with the way that it was framed. I would frame it just a little bit differently, that this is an important component or important checkpoint in the process, but there's a whole additional land development stage where additional studies can be
That's true.
reviewed. Yes.
But this ordinance requires it for special exception, does it not?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay. And 15098DD specifically provides that truck or rail access and operations shall not conflict with the convenience and safety of vehicular traffic and parking. Is that your understanding of the ordinance requirement?
Yes.
And so that standard is the board standard to determine, not based on a change in level of service, not whether or not it's 10 seconds difference, but they can say 8 seconds is enough for us. We're already dealing with a high-capacity intersection that has problems, and exacerbations of those problems based on this don't have to be according to PennDOT standards to satisfy them as a basis to say this is too much in conflict. You agree?
Kind of. So I think there was one thing that was missed in our ordinance. I'll give you a reference here. It's 12036B4. It says that the TIS shall be prepared in accordance with the standards of the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation and the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So it does provide for a standard that it shall be within PennDOT's framework. So that is the typical. So earlier there was a question about Township's review versus PennDOT's review, and they're independent reviews, but typically PennDOT's is a little bit more stringent, and our ordinance does defer to PennDOT as the ultimate say whenever there's HOP.
And you indicated in your direct testimony, or on cross, I'm not sure which one, that the municipality can't require off-site improvements for a special exception, correct?
Not an attorney, but I know there's limits to requiring them without agreeance by the applicant.
Well, as I said, a requirement as opposed to an agreement to do it.
Right.
That PennDOT can make you do off-site improvements.
I understand that
but the
PennDOT
township can't.
has additional authority over that. That's the way I understand it.
So anything that is not adjacent to this project site, the only opportunity to do it is by getting an agreement from the developer to do so.
Agree.
Okay. So by missing some of those local intersections, is it fair to say that the applicant hasn't necessarily given the township a full picture of what the impacts would be from bypass trips that are generated for people trying to avoid the intersection at Cross Keys because of the additional traffic level generated.
Can you ask that question again? I'm not sure.
I'm saying if you don't analyze Forest Drive and you have trips that turn onto Woods Drive coming westbound and turning left onto Forest, those won't be measured if that driver decides to avoid the intersection at Cross Keys and puts that traffic onto township roads.
I mean, I guess you could make that assumption, but I wouldn't know that without doing the study, without running the numbers.
That's the point. We won't
I
know
agree.
we don't know the impacts on Forest Drive unless we analyze the intersection to see what the base condition is, and
That may be accurate, yes. I think it's a good point. But it also might not be accurate, right? You just got to do the study.
but unless you have the data, you don't
Exactly.
know.
Yep.
Much the same way that if you don't have the land use code data for a more intense use, you don't know what the impacts will be.
Sure.
Is there, I'm going to turn your attention to the lighting plan. The lighting plan had, again, like the traffic impact study, is defined, and the criteria for that plan is in the ordinance, correct?
Correct.
And you were here for the testimony tonight about the lighting plan?
Not exactly. I was here for the testimony about the traffic impact study.
Okay. So, did you look at the lighting plan that was presented
Not before tonight.
Not before tonight?
Correct.
Okay. But looking at it, were you here for my cross-examination of Mr. Brissner?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear when I went through the requirements of the ordinance? And he acknowledged that there were certain elements of information that were missing?
Agree.
Is there a different standard in the ordinance that applies to land development plans for lighting plans? To land development stage versus special exception stage?
I would say no, because the zoning ordinance pulls those requirements into this process.
So when you were asked by the solicitor about whether or not further review could be done of the lighting plan, you said typically you might see that in land development. But not every one of the uses that's contemplated in this zoning ordinance do you have to present a lighting plan at special exception, right?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
If I'm going to build a vet's office and it requires a special exception, it may not require a lighting plan.
That may be accurate, yeah. I
Okay.
just don't know.
So it's a legislative decision that the board makes, adopting a zoning ordinance that says you have to show us a lighting plan at special exception to be able to fully review it. That's got to be met now, right?
I agree, yeah.
In your, at least quick review of the lighting plan, does it satisfy the requirements of
It
the
does
ordinance?
not. No, I think it's pretty obvious that there's plenty of additional things that would need to be added to the lighting plan for it to satisfy the ordinance requirements.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No.
We have a 10 o'clock cutoff, which is 5 minutes away. Do you guys want to, I don't know where you were planning on going. That was your only witness, Township? That was your only witness?
Yes.
Okay. Who else do you have?
I have John Nunn and I have a couple of my clients. I have my own traffic engineer, so
And how long do you think his testimony is going to take?
at least an hour.
Yeah, let's stay until midnight.
I don't want to either.
So we're just going to pick another date. But before we do that, all this discussion about 150, 155, 156, if this board considers the evidence presented, which is an application for a 150 warehouse, and I'm throwing this out for you guys to consider from a legal argument perspective, isn't it within our board, the board's right to grant if they decide to grant approval, limited to a 150 warehouse use? I'm throwing that out for.
I think the difficulty would be in defining it.
In defining what it is? Okay.
I mean, my position would be that any type of agreement with the township as a condition for approval would be recorded, and any user, buyer, landlord, tenant would know about that and would be very hesitant to do anything that would require additional improvements, and would likely use the building as what has been approved within the confines of the 150 use, with the traffic counts that would meet that moment.
Okay. I have a question before we dismiss Mr. Claybaugh. So you said that when asked, you said the October 22nd, 2024 letter was addressed but not satisfied. So can you pull that letter up and look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? I guess what I'd like to know, can you just hint to do with respect to paragraphs 2 and 3? I understand 1, 4, and 5, and 6 have specific directives that they can either choose to comply with or not, but what do you want out of them for numbers 2 and number 3?
So the main thing that I was trying to get out of number 2, and I believe that one has been mostly addressed and satisfied. The main thing I was trying to get out of that is if there are improvements that are required to the intersection of Route 30 and 94, I want to make sure that any of the proposed improvements with this warehouse wouldn't negatively impact or worsen our ability to make those improvements. So what we found out, number 2, the analysis in 2031 says that an additional southbound and additional westbound lane should be added. And I wanted to make sure that the improvements that are being proposed would allow for that and not make it harder. There was some things with the old warehouse on the west side at Captain Court, for instance, where if there was additional southbound lane there, that could have potentially made that harder. By removing that made it a little bit easier. And the fact that they're willing to give additional right-of-way for those additional lanes, that was the biggest thing out of that one. And then what was the other one?
So wait a minute. So are you satisfied now that they've addressed and satisfied your concerns about that by getting additional right-of-way?
Yes.
Okay. And number 3, what do you want from them for number 3?
Yeah, so these are for the intersections at Village and Enterprise, at Route 94 in Berlin, and at 94 in Pine Run Road. Yeah, so what? Yeah.
Hold on a second. We have a train going by.
Yeah, there was 3 bullets here, and if you see those 3 bullets, they show the 4-hour signal warrants. We would still like to see those 12-hour signal warrants. Again, and there's an additional traffic study that's happening by the county that's also looking at these same intersections, and there's some things being potentially proposed at those intersections, so we'll be looking at those concurrently during the land development stage.
So do you want the applicant to do 12-hour signal warrant studies? Or
correct.
Have they agreed to do that or not?
I believe they would. I can't imagine that's going to be a difficult thing to do.
I'll ask them. Are you guys intending to do that?
Basically, they meet the 4-hour warrants. We're going to do a longer count. It's going to continue to meet the warrants. It's just going to determine if it meets the 8-hour warrant. So we can go through the exercise to count them again, and we're going to come back with the same result, that it meets the warrants under existing conditions. The intersection 94 Village and Enterprise does not meet warrants, not even close to meeting warrants. The volumes are so low, so a signal could not be put in there. So there's really no way to mitigate that level of service short of restricting left turns from the side street. So the township would always have the ability to go out and restrict left turns from those driveways to eliminate that unsatisfactory level of service. It's not even close to meeting warrants for a signal. It's an existing intersection. Again, a signal is needed to create gaps in traffic of the major street for the minor street to enter traffic. So without a traffic signal, you never create the gaps for those people to get out. Again, you have to have a certain threshold over 4 hours or 8 hours to meet that criteria. Not even close on this intersection.
So it's always just going to be an E or F intersection?
It's always going to be that way.
Yeah. That's all I had. All right, so now we come to the torturous task of figuring out a new date. Yes, off the record.
I don't know. I'm trying to get into my computer because he's invariably going to ask us. Full screen. Why can't I get in?
Yeah, I'd like to just get this over with, man.
Jesus Christ.
Tomorrow night, be here.
Shut up.
No. Wait till the World Series is over.
Spoken like a true Yankee fan. I love it.
25 hours of testing.
I keep getting in my fucking
Depends on the same thing going on.
Those are dates that work.
I'm free the rest of the week. Anybody?
I can't.
No, I can't do the rest of this week.
I'm gonna have a mutiny on my hands. Is it a mutiny? We're not in the Navy. What would it be?
Monday the 4th.
I can't get, John, I can't get it in my calendar.
I can do it on the 4th. Monday, 4th?
Monday the 4th.
I cannot.
We can't get our board here.
Go to a 3rd. Come on. Come on. Yeah.
Sunday afternoon?
Sunday afternoon.
We're in the Eagles game.
Yeah.
Tuesday the 5th.
That's election day. Yeah. Yeah. I can't do Wednesday, 6th.
Well, you guys are the most important part, so what do you got? I'm up for tomorrow. I'm up for tomorrow. I'd like to just knock it out.
I can't do tomorrow. I can't do the rest of the week. I can do 7th. 7th. Okay. Let's do Monday the 11th then.
Yeah, we have to re-advertise anyways.
How about Monday the 11th?
It's Veterans Day.
Okay.
We may have some veterans that might not be.
Well, we don't if we recess. If we don't, we'll just recess. We don't have to re-advertise.
Okay, 18th.
Good for you. We'll have it there in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Zoom in.
Get a room down there. First of the hearing.
Can we try the 7th and see if we can get the building? Because everybody has the 7th.
Can we get? Is there any chance we can get the building on the 7th? On Thursday the 7th? No. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because. Right. I mean, or if we can't, then we. Yeah.
Putting it in the newspaper. 24 hours ahead of time.
You have to do that.
Unless we recess this meeting and it's right back here at this location. We don't have to re-advertise. If we change the location of the meeting, we don't have to.
So if it comes back here, you don't have to advertise.
Correct.
Can we just shoot for the 7th and then we'll check tomorrow? Is that
What
possible?
we do with the tentative 7th and pick another day as well? Can we do that?
Well,
Let's start with. Let's do this. Oh, he's calling. Is what? Yes. All right. Yeah. And that should be it. All right, so we're going to recess this meeting until Thursday the 7th, same time, 6 p.m. here. And that should be it, right? Thursday the 7th. The 7th. Yeah. Adjourn. Well, we recessed. We didn't.